Chapter 338. Interest. First, Shang Luo could clearly feel the pain coming from his body. He could feel how painful and heavy Yi Fei's strike was. If he was hit by Yi Fei a few more times, he would probably be injured. Shang Luo was the eldest daughter of the merchant union. She couldn't bear such humiliation. If she was really hit by Yi Fei, she might as well kill herself. Therefore, before Yi Fei could approach her, Shang Luo quickly retreated. For every step Yi Fei took forward, she would quickly take a step back. She didn't forget to threaten him. Yi Fei, you know your current situation. Offending the Heavenly Yin sect has already put you in a difficult situation. Our merchant union is more powerful than the Heavenly Yin sect. You have to think carefully about the consequences of offending the merchant union. Thank you for your concern, eldest Mississippi. I've already thought about the consequences. Since I've hit you, I have no way out. Let's just fight to the end. Yi Fei continued to approach her. He felt that this little girl in front of him was too unruly. It was good to scare her now to vent his anger. What? You still want to fight? Shang Luo turned pale with fright. How could she meet such a shameless person? In the past, all the young geniuses were either shocked by her beauty or the enormous power of the merchant union, so they treated her with respect and courtesy. Since she met Yi Fei, Shang Luo knew what it meant to be barbaric and impenetrable. Shang Luo couldn't help but become more nervous. The 5 injured masters of the merchant union also looked at Yi Fei in horror. After all, they were responsible for protecting Shang Luo. If anything happened to Shang Luo, they would be the first to be punished by the merchant union. Seeing that their threats were ineffective, one of the guards suddenly had an idea and said loudly, "Senior Yi, please wait. This time, it's our merchant union's fault. We're willing to compensate Senior Yi. Please show mercy." Yes, compensation. We're willing to compensate Senior Yi for his loss. The other 4 bodyguards nodded in agreement. They didn't know what Yi Fei was going to do to Shang Luo. However, as a bodyguard, if Shang Luo lost a single strand of hair, the 3rd master in Great Shang City would probably pull off a layer of their skin. No one dared to take such a risk. They could only hope to make some compensation to appease Yi Fei's anger. Compensation? What can you compensate me with? Let's make it clear, I won't accept anything that isn't heaven grade 3 or above. Yi Fei finally reacted. Shang Luo was the eldest daughter of the Merchant Alliance, and the Merchant Alliance was a rich and powerful force. Compared to bullying a little girl, using Shang Luo to get some heaven-grade elixir pills from the Merchant Union was definitely a better deal. Heaven-grade 3 elixir pills, right? No problem. As long as you let us go, Shang Luo, guarantee that when we return to Great Shang City, we'll immediately give you 150, no, 200 heaven-grade 3 martial honorable pills. Shang Luo rolled her eyes when she heard this. She understood that Yi Fei was someone who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. She quickly promised him some benefits and tried to trick Yi Fei into returning to Great Shang City. I'll endure it for now. First, I'll keep this bastard in check. It'll be best if I can trick him into returning to Great Shang City. With 3rd uncle there, he can suppress him with one hand. At that time, not only will the Phoenix blood sword be mine, I'll also personally feed him a few bowls of dog food. Shang Luo's eldest daughter was roaring in her heart. However, on the surface, she looked pitiful, like a frightened little girl. It was very easy for people to let down their guard. Little girl, you can't be thinking of temporarily keeping me in check so that you can trick me into returning to Great Shang City, right? Yi Fei looked at Shang Luo in confusion. Although this eldest daughter was young, she was able to play around with a large group of young talents. It was clear that she was very capable. Not only would Yi Fei not let down his guard when dealing with such a mischievous little girl, he would even be more careful. How can that be? I can swear on my reputation as the eldest daughter of the Merchant Union that as long as you let us go and return to Great Shang City, I'll definitely give you compensation. As Shang Luo spoke, she kept wiping away her tears. Even the guards felt sorry for her. Yi Fei looked at the little lowly, who was pretending to cry, and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Little girl, this trick of yours is useless against me. I remember you said, last time that the Merchant Union would not reveal my whereabouts. In the end, I just left and you sold me out right after? That's not the same. I didn't plan on selling you out. I just wanted the Heavenly Ean cult to teach you a lesson in advance. Shanglua started to argue with him with a red face. Yifei coldly interrupted her. That's all? Your true goal is probably for me to fight with the Heavenly Ean cult until both sides are injured. Then, you'll be the third party to reap the benefits. If you come out and save me, not only will you obtain my gratitude, but you'll also be able to snatch my Phoenix blood sword. You saw through it long ago. Shanglua suddenly felt a sense of defeat. She hadn't thought that Yifei would see through her plan so easily. Yifei nodded and then shook his head. He didn't have any grudges with the Merchant Union. There were only two reasons why the Merchant Union would sell him out. First, the Heavenly Ean cult had given the Merchant Union enough benefits, and the Merchant Union had sold him out for these benefits. Second, the Merchant Union had changed their recruitment strategy and wanted to use the Heavenly Ean cult to force him into a corner. Now that the Merchant Union had appeared, Yifei had no choice but to join the Merchant Union. Shang Luo's words only proved his conjecture. Since the Merchant Union was willing to compensate him, Yifei wouldn't let go of this opportunity to make a profit. You guys, hand over your interspatial bags. Yifei looked at the 5 guards. The 5 of them were all third-level martial honorables, so they should have a lot of good things on them. Seeing that Yifei was shamelessly robbing them, the 5 guard were so angry that their faces turned ashen. They helplessly looked at the Phoenix blood sword in Yifei's hand. They simply couldn't resist. They could only hand over their interspatial bags to Yifei, their bodies trembling with anger. Then, they looked at Yifei and said, Senior Yi, you've already taken our interspatial bags. Now, you should release us and the eldest Mississippi. No, didn't we agree on 203rd grade heaven ranked martial honorable elixirs? You haven't given it to me yet. So how can I let you go so easily? Yifei said righteously. The 5 guards cursed angrily. We've seen shameless people, but we've never seen someone as shameless as you. Not only did you rob us, you also want to kidnap the eldest miss? Yifei shook his head and said, I don't have the bad taste of kidnapping little girls. However, I need to collect some interest in advance to prevent you guys from going back on your word. How about this? I see that the eldest Mrs. Interspatial ring is pretty good, so I'll reluctantly accept it as interest. Yifei, you're really a barbaric and shameless bastard. Not only did you rob my guards, you even want to rob a little girl like me. I'll never give you my interspatial ring. Shanglua was so angry that she jumped more than 10 meters into the air. She quickly took out the amulet that her third uncle had given her from her interspatial ring and was about to release it at Yifei. At this moment, the surrounding space froze. Yifei easily used the heaven-burying technique to suppress Shanglua, who was only a first-level martial honorable. Chapter 339. Getting rich in silence, however, he could not bear it. When it was time to act, he had to act quickly. Right now, Yifei was in dire need of cultivation resources. It was rare for him to meet such a fat sheep like the eldest miss of Shanglua. Even though she was just a little girl, Yifei still felt guilty. He quickly rushed to Shanglua's side, grabbed her hand, and took off her ring. Miss, don't look at me like that. You guys provoked me first. I'm just asking for a little compensation. Of course, if you've prepared 200 heaven-level pills, you can contact me at any time. When I'm free, I'll return the ring to you. Ignoring Shanglua's furious gaze, Yifei quickly took the space ring. He sighed in his heart. She is indeed the eldest miss of the Merchant Alliance. Not only did she break through to the martial honorable realm at such a young age, she even has a space ring. Such a precious treasure. If not for the 200 heaven-class elixirs, I would not bear to return it. What is that? Yifei was not satisfied with snatching the little girl's space ring. He glanced at Shanglua's right hand and saw a talisman with a shocking amount of spiritual energy. Yifei sighed, forget it. Since I already snatched it, I don't feel so guilty anymore. I will take this talisman with me. Yifei felt at ease and snatched Shanglua's talisman. Seeing that there were no more treasures on the little girl's body, Yifei turned and left. He did not look back and rushed into the sky. At the same time, he removed the suppression on Shangluo. This scene left the 5 experts of the Merchant Union dumbstruck. Shangluo, the eldest daughter of the Merchant Union, was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She had always been the one who made fun of others. Since when had she, Luo Xinzi, ever been made fun of? Shangluo had just regained her ability to speak when she screamed in a high-pitched voice. "Aw, I'm so angry. Yi Fei, don't you dare run away. You even dare to snatch a little girl. What kind of man are you? When I catch you, I'll kill you 10,000 times over. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare 200 heaven-grade poison pills. Even if I can't beat him, I'll poison him to death. If he dares to peek at the things in my ring, I will kill him 1,000,000 times over." Shangluo seemed to have thought of something bad. After his anger subsided, a look of worry and fear appeared on his face. Unfortunately, Yi Fei, who was already far away, would not know. After flying in the sky for 3 days, they were sure that they were out of the great Shang city's sphere of influence, and they didn't find any traces of the heavenly Yin cult in the surroundings. In the end, Yi Fei settled down in a very remote town. It was an ordinary town that did not even have a martial master. It was very suitable for Yi Fei to settle down. After finding an inn and eating something, Yi Fei eagerly rushed into his room and began to count his spoils of war. Originally, the golden space bag of the Golden Bone Envoy was a very good item. However, Yi Fei was a little reluctant to waste it since he already had a higher grade space ring. When he opened the space bag of the Golden Bone Envoy, Yi Fei was overjoyed. So many spiritual crystals and jade blood pills. There is even a low-grade spiritual stone, as expected of the Golden Bone Envoy of the Heavenly Yin cult. Unfortunately, as the other White Bone Envoys had all self-destructed, even their space bags had been destroyed. Yi Fei did not obtain anything. Yi Fei felt a pang of pain in his heart. Those were all cultivation resources. It was too wasteful. Finally, after counting, Yi Fei found a total of 100,000 spiritual crystals, 500 heaven-grade 1 pills, jade blood pills, and a low-grade spiritual stone in the space bag of the Golden Bone Envoy. These were the things that he needed to break through to the martial honorable realm. After that, Yi Fei opened the space bags of the 5 experts from the Merchant Alliance. Damn, these people are so poor. Not only do they have no spiritual crystals, they also have very few heaven-grade pills. Yi Fei was depressed. The experts from the Merchant Alliance looked very strong, but they did not have many things in their space bags. Even with the 5 of them together, Yi Fei only found 100 heaven-grade 2 condensing pills. There were also a bunch of low-grade treasures and profound weapons. He did not even bother to look at them. He threw them all to a corner. Finally, Yi Fei's gaze focused on the jade amulet that he had snatched from the eldest miss of Shangluo. With Yi Fei's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that this jade amulet was the same as the invisibility amulet that Huang had set up. It was a high-level amulet that had been added by an expert. Normally, only a martial king realm expert could make such an amulet. Yi Fei guessed that this jade amulet could be an offensive amulet based on the pattern of the jade amulet. As for how powerful it was, Yi Fei did not have the time to test it out. However, since the eldest miss of the Merchant Alliance carried it with her, the amulet's power must be on par with the invisibility amulet. If I meet a powerful expert in the future, I can throw it out to test it. After carefully keeping the jade amulet, Yi Fei started to use brute force to forcefully destroy the spiritual imprint on the space ring. Bam! After all, the eldest miss of Shangluo was only a rank 1 martial honorable, and her mental strength was not strong. After half a day, Yi Fei had already erased all the spiritual imprints on the space ring and opened it. The space inside the space ring was beyond Yi Fei's expectations. The space inside the space ring was equivalent to the total space of 10 golden space bags. Yi Fei's eyes lit up, as expected of the space ring. It is indeed extraordinary. I wonder what treasures the eldest miss of Shangluo kept in it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a thought, Yi Fei found a heavy wooden box in the space ring. He quickly released it and opened it. Then, Yifei could not help but swallow his saliva. Holy shit, there's a total of 50 mid-grade spirit stones. According to the calculation, one lower spiritual stone could be exchanged for 10,000 spiritual crystals. How many spiritual crystals would 50 medium spiritual stones be exchanged for? Was it 5 million spiritual stones or more? Yifei was dumbfounded. Although he knew that as the eldest miss of the Merchant Alliance, Shanglao must have treasures on her, he did not expect that such a young girl would carry such a large sum of money with her. And this wooden box was only the smallest wooden box in the interspatial ring. Inside, Yifei discovered 4 wooden boxes that were even larger than this one. Yifei could not wait to take out the other boxes. When he opened the first one, Yifei's face darkened. When he opened the second one, Yifei was speechless. When he opened the third one, Yifei almost fainted. When he opened the fourth one, Yifei took out a girl's underwear. When Yifei opened the fourth one, he almost vomited blood. F***CK. There were 4 big boxes and they were all filled with clothes. The most distressing one was the last box, which was filled with girls' underwear. Chapter 340. Earth grade, 10-inch, this is going to be difficult. If I knew that there were these things in the ring, why would I rob a little girl? Yifei looked at the neatly arranged clothes in front of him. They were the most intimate clothes of the 4 seasons. Even though his skin was as thick as a city wall, he felt his face heat up. If he had only robbed Shangluo's treasures, that could still be explained. But now, he had even unintentionally robbed a little girl's most intimate clothing. Yifei could already imagine how furious the little lowly of Shangluo was right now. How would the Merchant Alliance react when they found out about this? Unless Yifei returned immediately and returned the interspatial ring, there might still be room for negotiation. Otherwise, who knew what kind of terrifying things the little lowly would do in her rage? However, after feeling depressed, Yifei's gaze involuntarily turned to the 50 mid-grade spirit stones. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Currently, the Tianwu continent's resources were exhausted. There were no more spirit stones to be mined. Most of the remaining spirit stones were brought over by peerless experts from other continents. Only in ancient ruins, tombs, or secret realms left behind by ancient experts could 1 or 2 stones be found by chance. For example, the demon ceiling tower that suppressed the demon emperor. The body of the infinite heroic spirit king inside was powered by a mid-grade spirit stone. From this, one could see how precious spirit stones were. It wasn't easy for Lin Yun to strike it rich and obtain 50 medium spiritual stones. The opportunity to break through to the martial honorable realm was right in front of him. After much consideration, Yifei finally made up his mind. Other than those clothes that made people blush and their hearts race, he would definitely not return the mid-grade spirit stones. That little girl Shang Luo likes to use illusions at every turn, turning into a beautiful girl and showing off everywhere. Even if she has the temperament of a child, she's definitely someone who cares about her reputation. If she dares to mobilize the Merchant Alliance to deal with me, I'll dare to take out all of her undergarments and auction them off. We'll see who loses more then. Although this method was a little dirty, it was the only solution Yifei could think of. Immediately, he tidied up the clothes in front of him. Yifei picked up half of the middle-grade spiritual stones and activated his undying sword soul to absorb them. Yifei did not intend to break through to the martial honorable realm immediately. The higher the realm, the higher the requirement for the quality of the cultivator's dantian. Why would a person with a special constitution have an advantage over an ordinary martial artist? Other than the unique constitution that made it more suitable for one to comprehend the martial path, the quality of one's dantian couldn't be underestimated due to the powerful constitution and bloodline. Now, Yifei already knew that the higher the realm one wanted to break through, the higher the requirements for a martial artist's aptitude, perception, and talent represented by the quality of their dantian. I don't have a unique constitution. I'm just an ordinary martial artist. My aptitude can't be compared to those geniuses with unique constitutions. If I want to break through to a higher realm, the only thing I can do is to rely on the undying sword soul to increase my perception and the quality of my dantian. As long as my perception and talent are increased, I don't believe that I can't be compared to those geniuses. I don't believe that an ordinary martial artist can't reach the peak of the martial path. Boom! As Yifei thought to himself, he grabbed the spiritual stones in his hand one by one and used his undying sword soul to absorb them. 9 black halos surrounded Yifei's body and shone with a mysterious black light. These halos represented the quality of Yifei's dantian. Earth Grade 9. However, it wasn't enough. With sufficient cultivation resources, Yifei's goal was to increase. Therefore, Yifei decided to increase the quality of his dantian to Earth Grade 10 before attempting to break through to the martial saint realm. As for why Yifei didn't directly increase the quality of his dantian from Earth Grade to Heaven Grade, it wasn't that Yifei didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Not to mention the astronomical amount of cultivation resources required to advance from Earth Grade to Heaven Grade. Yifei had never heard of anyone with Heaven Grade talent in the entire 18 countries of the Northern Sea. Even Nan Ruofeng, who could cover the sky with one hand in the sacred land, only had a Earth Grade 10 talent. Of course, this didn't mean that there weren't any Heaven Grade geniuses in the Tianwu continent. Yifei vaguely remembered that Jing Wushou had mentioned that there were some Heaven Grade geniuses in some places in the Middle Continent. At the same time, this group of people were already the peak geniuses in the entire continent. Even Nan Ruofeng had to look up to them. In the end, Yifei was diligently cultivating. Inside the Shang City, Shanglua's eldest sister had a dark expression on her face as she glared at the group of business alliance leaders. "Where's Yifei? That bastard who bullied little girls? Where the hell did he go? I've given you guys 3 days to find him, but you guys haven't found a single clue. Are you trying to anger me to death? Missy, please calm down. That Yifei is not only crazy, he's also extremely cunning. We have already informed all the branches to pay attention to his movements. Once he appears, we will definitely receive news." More than 10 martial honorable realm leaders all knelt down. Shanglua was instantly enraged when she heard this. She couldn't maintain her elegant image anymore. Bang! An angry little girl appeared in front of everyone. She slammed the table and kicked the chair. Her eyebrows were furrowed as she coldly snorted. "Why, am I very old? Do I not look like a beautiful girl from a big family? Tell me, who am I?" "Yes, Missy, you're the #1 beauty in Sky Martial Continent, Fairy Luo. All the young talents will kneel down at Missy's feet and happily eat dog food." They had no choice but to recite this slogan that they had repeated countless times. Even the martial honorable realm experts' faces were filled with black lines. Shanglua then smiled with satisfaction. With a bang, she changed from a little girl to an elegant young lady. Her face even revealed a rare blush. "It's already been 3 days. That bastard. Why hasn't he come and asked for the heaven rank elixir? Oh no, he wouldn't take my ring and do something disgusting, right?" Shang Luo suddenly thought of something, and her beautiful face turned pale. She was extremely worried. Those spirit stones were one thing, but the most important thing was that the clothes in the ring were all her personal belongings. She could almost imagine Yifei holding those things and sniffing them around. Shang Luo shuddered, and her heart was burning with anxiety. She could no longer care about anything else and rushed to the deepest part of Great Shang City like she was flying. At the same time, in the inn, boom! As the 20th middle spiritual stone was absorbed by the immortal sword spirit, Yifei suddenly felt a huge tremor in his body. It was as if his entire dantian had exploded. Boom! A black halo that was even more dazzling than the previous 9 appeared on Yifei's body. It formed into 10 halos and whistled. 10 rings dantian, rank 10, earth rank. I have finally reached it. Nan Ruofeng, my talent is not as good as yours, but in terms of comprehension and talent, I will not lose to you. I will not lose to anyone. Chapter 341. Breaking through to martial honorable Yifei then started to check the consumption of the spiritual stones. He was shocked when he checked. He had used up half of the 50 medium spiritual stones to break through to rank 10D rank. The consumption was terrifying. Yi Fei felt his heart ache. That was more than 2 million spiritual crystals. The consumption would be even more shocking if he wanted to break through to the martial honorable realm. No wonder the old mansion master was unable to break through to the martial honorable realm even after a few decades. The consumption of spiritual stones to break through to the martial honorable realm is too terrifying. Apart from the Holy Lands or the entire country, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary martial artist to break through to the martial honorable realm. Immediately, Yi Fei no longer dared to recklessly use these mid-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, in addition to the spirit stones, he also had many spirit crystals, heaven-level pills, and some spirit herbs. These things all contain spiritual qi. The total amount should be enough for me to break through to the martial honorable realm. I should break through to the martial honorable realm now, before the heavenly Yin religion's experts catch up. Yi Fei took a deep breath and placed the spiritual stones aside. He then took out all the spiritual crystals he had and started to cultivate the third level of the Demon Emperor scripture. As long as I can cultivate the Demon Emperor scripture to the third level, my battle demon golden body will also break through to the third level. Then, I will be able to withstand the attacks of martial honorable realm experts. I will have an advantage against the heavenly Yin religion's golden bone envoys and the Commerce Alliance. Yi Fei slowly immersed himself in his cultivation. A large group of uninvited guests came to the Shang city. They were the heavenly Yin religion's experts who were in charge of hunting down Yi Fei. There were 3 golden bone envoys who were rank 7 martial honorable realm and above. Of course, strictly speaking, there were 4 golden bone envoys who were in charge of hunting down Yi Fei and 100 white bone envoys. It could be seen that Nangong Long's death had a huge impact on the heavenly Yin religion. The heavenly Yin religion did not know that the Phoenix Bloodsword had fallen into Yi Fei's hands. If they knew, not only the Golden Bone envoys, but also the martial king experts of the heavenly Yin religion would rush out to hunt down Yi Fei. Damn it, why hasn't the other Golden Bone emissary arrived yet? The 3 Golden Bone emissaries had gathered together, but they still hadn't waited for their 4th companion. They were all a little angry. Activate the voice transmission talisman and contact him quickly. One of the Golden Bone emissaries impatiently took out a voice transmission talisman and prepared to contact his late companion. Of course, the sound transmission talisman couldn't get through. Not only the Golden Bone emissary, even his dozen or so subordinates couldn't be contacted. There was only one possibility for such a situation, and that was that this Golden Bone envoy and the dozen or so white bone envoys had all died in battle. How is this possible? Is Yi Fei really that heaven-defying? Even a rank 7 martial honorable expert is no match for him? It's even better if that trash dies. 7th level martial honorable. If he didn't rely on his connections and went through the back door, he wouldn't have been able to become a Golden Bone envoy. Now that he's dead, we can kill Yi Fei and obtain the sect leader's appreciation. However, since Yi Fei can kill the Golden Bone envoys, the ancient beast mark on his body must be very powerful. We must be careful. In the eyes of the 3 Golden Bone envoys, Yi Fei was only a half-step martial honorable. He probably wasn't even a match for the ordinary white bone envoys. The only thing that the Golden Bone envoys were wary of was the ancient beast mark on Yi Fei's body. It was said that it could even suppress the Empress Dowager. It was also because of this that the Heavenly Yin sect had sent so many experts to hunt down Yi Fei. Aside from avenging Nangong Long, the Heavenly Yin sect was also very interested in the ancient beast mark on Yi Fei. The 3 Golden Bone envoys exchanged glances. The 10th layer Martial Highness leading the group said in a cold tone, "Everyone, what should we do?" Even a 7th layer Martial Highness was killed. It seems like the beast seal on Yi Fei's body is not to be underestimated. What else can we do? No matter how powerful the ancient beast mark is, How much power can Yi Fei unleash with his insignificant strength? Now that the three of us are rank 10 martial honorables, it will be easy for us to kill Yi Fei. Since everyone agrees, let's set off now and hunt down Yi Fei. As long as the golden space bag is still in his hands, we will be able to track him down using a secret technique. The three Golden Bone envoys were rank 10 martial honorables, and they were very arrogant. Even though they knew that Yi Fei had the ability to kill the Golden Bone envoys, they were not afraid. Instead, they were all excited. After all, the stronger Yi Fei was, the more rewards they would reap when they captured Yi Fei. After all, the dead Golden Bone envoys were the weakest among them. A rank 7 martial honorable was incomparable to a rank 10 martial honorable. After all, the three Golden Bone envoys were only one step away from becoming martial kings. Even though Yi Fei had the Phoenix Blood Sword, he would definitely die if he encountered them. As for the ancient beast mark that the three Golden Bone envoys were worried about, Yi Fei had no idea how to use it. Just like that, a great crisis quietly and gradually enveloped the inn where Yi Fei was hiding. In the inn, Yi Fei did not know that the Golden Bone envoy space bag had the unique mark of the Dark Sky sect on it. By following the mark, they would be able to sense him once they were within a certain range. Therefore, Yi Fei was still immersed in his cultivation. Soon, the Demon Emperor scripture was activated to its maximum. A large number of spiritual crystals turned into powder, and the spiritual chi within them whizzed into Yi Fei's body. It seemed that the speed of his cultivation was not fast enough. With a thought, Yi Fei suddenly released the devouring sword intent from his cultivation. A pitch-black hole appeared above Yi Fei's head and cooperated with Yi Fei to absorb the spiritual chi from the spiritual crystals. Then, he used the Demon Emperor scripture to convert the spiritual chi into the true origin that he needed. Another 3 days passed by quickly. Boom! Finally, Yi Fei felt that his body had been filled with true origin to the point of swelling. He finally tried to break through to the martial honorable realm for the first time. He circulated the Demon Emperor scripture, and the terrifying true origin roared like a torrential river as it charged towards the mysterious martial path barrier in his body. Boom! The huge impact caused the peaceful small city to tremble slightly. The poor people living in the small city all had terrified expressions on their faces. They rushed out of their houses, thinking that there was an earthquake. Only a small number of cultivators had horrified expressions on their faces as they rushed to the inn in the middle of the city. What's happening? There are martial path experts trying to break through here. This kind of earth-shattering action might be someone trying to break through to the martial honorable realm. What? Martial honorable realm? That's a godlike existence. Which senior is here? Please accept this old man as your disciple. All the cultivators in the city went crazy as they rushed to the inn. They all wanted to be the first to witness the birth of a martial honorable realm expert. Of course, most of them hoped that Yi Fei would give them some pointers. However, before they could get close, boom. Chapter 342. Shang Sanyi, Martial Saint. He really is a martial saint. I didn't expect him to be so young. The cultivators in the small city who rushed over after hearing the news were all shocked. They stared blankly at Yi Fei, who was slowly walking out of the ruins. They could feel the tsunami-like quintessence fluctuations coming from Yi Fei's body. Many of them were so shocked that they could not speak. What? The cultivators did not say anything. However, the youngest son of the inn's owner was so frightened that he started crying. Father, our inn has been destroyed. We're going to be homeless. Woo, woo, woo. The child was only a few years old and did not know how terrifying a martial saint was. He only saw Yi Fei staying in his house and not paying for his meals. Now, he even turned the inn into ruins. The child was both angry and frightened and could not help but start crying. This frightened the inn's owner, a middle-aged man of fighter 10th layer, and he ran over in fear. He covered his youngest son's mouth tightly and knelt down before Yi Fei. Senior, please forgive me. My son is not sensible and offended you. Please have mercy on him. Am I that scary? Seeing the inn's owner break out in cold sweat, Yi Fei suddenly felt depressed. He finally understood the feeling of being at the top. Destroying the inn was just an unintentional act of him breaking through to Marshal Saint. However, in the eyes of the inn's owner and the other low-level cultivators, the current Yi Fei was as terrifying as a flood or a ferocious beast. However, in the end, he was the one who stayed in the inn. Not only did he not pay, but he also destroyed the inn. It was somewhat unreasonable. Yi Fei was not an unreasonable person. On the contrary, he was the same as the innkeeper in front of him. He had climbed up step by step from the bottom. He could understand the hardships of these low-level cultivators. Fortunately, he still had some spare clothes on him that he did not need. Yi Fei walked over to the inn's owner and threw him a space. There are 100 Earth-grade medicinal pills in there. If you don't mind, I will give them all to you. Yi Fei's current cultivation level was high, and so was his outlook. Even if it was an Earth-grade pill, he wouldn't care about it. It was useless for him to keep it anyway, so it could be used to compensate for the inn owner's loss. The boss was so excited that his entire body trembled. He happily pressed down on his son's head and kowtowed to Yi Fei crazily. "Senior, you are a good person. 100 Earth-grade pills. This lowly one wouldn't even dare to dream of it. How could I accept it? Since it's for you, just take it. Is there anyone who dares to snatch it from you?" Yi Fei glanced around. Many martial artists who were jealous of the innkeeper were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. How would we dare to snatch Senior's gift? That's right. Zhang Lao-san, your son is really lucky to have caught the eye of a senior. In the future, your son will definitely have a meteoric rise. The jealous warriors nearby also changed their words. Zhang Lao-san beamed with joy. He quickly pulled his youngest son and kowtowed to Yi Fei. Then, he happily received the space bag. Just the 100 Earth-grade pills in the space bag was enough for Zhang Lao-san to open an inn and earn money for the rest of his life. This was also a fortuitous encounter that belonged to Zhang Lao-san. The child who was originally crying also looked at Yi Fei with a gaze that changed from fear to joy. Although the surrounding martial artists were jealous, they didn't have any evil intentions. Yi Fei nodded to himself. It looks like the customs of this small city are pretty good. It's not like our Black Rock City, where people are scheming against each other everywhere. Forget it. It's fate that brought us together. You were disturbed earlier. I'll give you these things as compensation. Breaking through to Marshal Saint put Yi Fei in a very good mood. He might as well be a tycoon for once. He took out all the junk he didn't need and threw them out for these martial artists to choose from. He completely satisfied the addiction of being a senior expert. The entire small city immediately became as lively as it was the new year. After expressing their gratitude to Yi Fei, these martial artists rushed over in high spirits and began to choose the junk they didn't want. Low-grade pills, elixirs, and supreme-grade profound-level weapons. Just these things alone were enough to make this small city strong for the next few decades. All the martial artists who received these treasures were filled with gratitude towards Yi Fei. In the sky, a middle-aged man with exploding hair and crazy eyes suddenly appeared on the city wall. He looked at the lively scene in the small city. Then, he looked at Yi Fei's generous act of disaster relief. With a slight lift of his foot, he actually crossed a distance of a few thousand meters and suddenly appeared beside Yi Fei. He laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. Young man, this is just a small earthquake. You're actually willing to spend so much money to provide disaster relief. Since that's the case, I, Third Master Shang, can't be stingy. You can take these things too." Third Master Shang raised his hand, and a rain of spiritual crystals suddenly fell from the sky. Those were real spiritual crystals, and they fell all over the small city. Third Master Shang, who had suddenly appeared, had thrown out at least 1,000,000 spiritual crystals just for this rain of spiritual crystals. That was a whole 1,000,000 spiritual crystals. Yi Fei's eyes turned red. He suddenly had an impulse to rob this man. Then, Yi Fei couldn't help but shiver. It seems that I've become addicted to robbing. I actually want to rob a martial king. That's right. Yi Fei sensed that Third Master Shang's aura was even more terrifying than Nan Ruofeng's. How could he not know that he was a real martial king? If they really fought, Third Master Shang could probably kill him with a slap. Now, he had appeared beside him without a sound. Yi Fei suddenly became alert. He looked at Third Master Shang as if he was facing a formidable enemy and asked, "Are you an expert from the Dark Sky sect? Heavenly Shadow, Flood Dragon? What kind of dragon is that? Is it delicious?" Third Master Shang looked at Yi Fei in confusion. Suddenly, he thought of something and patted Yi Fei's shoulder. He asked, "Young man, do you know a half-step martial honorable called Yi Fei? That guy bullied my daughter. I'm going to kill him to avenge my daughter." "No," Luo said that she's not my daughter. "I'm her third uncle." "That's strange. She's clearly my daughter. Why would she call me third uncle? Could it be that she's not my biological daughter?" Third Master Shang thought of something and his face changed. He fell to the ground in despair. No one knew what he was thinking. As Yi Fei listened to Third Master Shang's incoherent speech and looked at his afro hair that had not been taken care of for many years, a strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This martial king, could it be that he's crazy? Otherwise, how could he not recognize that I'm Yi Fei? How could he misunderstand my actions and think that I'm doing disaster relief? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, no one in their right mind would be like Third Master Shang and throw out 1,000,000 spiritual crystals just to make it rain. Most importantly, he was standing right in front of Third Master Shang. How could Third Master Shang ask him about Yi Fei's whereabouts? Even the mysterious Wang Bai had to admit that he was not as slow as Third Master Shang. However, Yi Fei did not have the guts to ask a martial king for confirmation. He immediately took advantage of the fact that Third Master Shang was still confused and asked if Luo was his biological daughter. Chapter 343. Mad Martial King. However, Yi Fei's extravagant actions had left a deep impression on everyone. Seeing that Yi Fei was about to leave, the naive little boy waved a supreme-grade, profound-level weapon at Yi Fei and said, "Uncle, are you leaving?" "Goodbye, Uncle. My father wants me to thank you for your gift." "Dong." Hearing the little boy's innocent voice, Yi Fei almost had the urge to fall from the sky. With great difficulty, the mad martial king's thoughts had short-circuited. He was still on the ground thinking about whether Luo was his biological child. This was a very serious question. However, when the little boy sent him off, Third Master Shang came back to his senses. He slapped his head and said happily, "No wonder Luo always scolded me for being silly. I'll go back and ask her whether she's my biological daughter. Hey, young man, don't go yet. I still have some questions to ask you." Before he finished speaking, Third Master Shang had already disappeared from the ground. This made Yi Fei's hair stand on end. He didn't care whether this martial king was really crazy or not. He was running as fast as he could. Whoosh! Yi Fei immediately used his golden rock wings to the maximum. Even though he had already broken through to martial honor and could fly, flying martial techniques were still useful. They could still increase a martial artist's flying speed to a certain extent. However, compared to the martial ancestor realm, the increase in speed from martial honor realm was not as obvious. However, in order to shake off the martial king's pursuit, Yi Fei couldn't care less. He immediately used all his strength and dashed into the distance, hoping to shake off the martial king's pursuit. At that moment, Third Master Shang appeared at the spot where Yi Fei had left. When he saw Yi Fei's actions, his crazed eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt and murderous intent. This young man ran so fast when he saw me. Could it be that he's actually an enemy who wants to harm Luo? Kill! I'll kill anyone who wants to harm Luo. Boom! Third Master Shang immediately prepared to unleash a martial king realm attack to kill Yi Fei. The martial artists in the city were still clueless. Seeing that Yi Fei and Third Master Shang were about to leave, the innkeeper became even more anxious. "Seniors, please leave your names behind. You have done us a great favor. We are willing to engrave longevity tablets for generations to come and worship you." "Yes, please leave your name, Senior." The other martial artists also came to their senses. Regardless of whether it was out of gratitude or because they wanted to befriend them, they also wanted to know the names of Yi Fei and Third Master Shang. These words once again caused Third Master Shang to misunderstand and understand Yi Fei's intention to escape. So that's how it is. He wants to do good deeds without leaving his name. The reason why he ran away so quickly was because he didn't want to leave his name behind. As expected of a warm-hearted young man, it's definitely the right choice to ask him about Yi Fei. Her eyes were filled with admiration for Yi Fei. Boom! Third Master Shang stepped out of the void. With just one step, he traversed through the void. Within a few breaths, he had traversed thousands of meters and was once again in front of Yi Fei, blocking his path. Yi Fei's heart sank and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. The Mad Martial King's strength was so terrifying. How could he escape? Seeing that Yi Fei was on guard, Third Master Shang quickly retracted his Martial King aura and looked like an ordinary person. He scratched his afro and looked at Yi Fei apologetically. "Young man, please don't misunderstand. I mean you no harm. On the contrary, I really admire your warm-hearted character. If I wasn't in a hurry, I would definitely invite you to join." What's this alliance again? The Merchant Alliance? Yi Fei probed. Yes, the Merchant Alliance. Luo always says it. Why do I always forget? Third Master Shang scratched his head in frustration. No one would have guessed that he was a powerful martial king. So he is the third uncle that the little girl in Shangluo mentioned. That little girl is quick to take revenge. She immediately sent a martial king to kill me. Fortunately, this person is crazy. Yi Fei was about to vomit blood. He finally understood which side Third Master Shang was on. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he wasn't an expert from the heavenly insect. Yi Fei immediately continued probing. "Senior, from what you said, you seem to be chasing a half-step martial honorable called Yi Fei. Do you have a grudge against him?" "How can I not have a grudge against him? I heard from Luo that he bullied her. Anyone who bullies Luo is my enemy." Third Master Shang suddenly shouted crazily. His voice formed a huge sound wave. As far as Yi Fei's eyes could see, wherever the sound wave covered, the towering ancient trees were crushed like weeds by the sound wave. At this moment, Yi Fei's forehead was sweating. Even his palms were sweating. The Mad Martial King's strength might be even more terrifying than the Sword Maniac Elders. Yi Fei had only unintentionally robbed that little girl once, and Shang Luo had actually sent such an expert to kill him. Yi Fei suddenly had the impulse to immediately take out all of Shang Luo's undergarments and auction them off. His expression immediately became more cautious. He asked Third Master Shang carefully, "Third Master Shang, since you were chasing after Yi Fei, don't you have a portrait of him?" Yi Fei made a final test. He wanted to confirm whether this person was really crazy or not. Secretly, Yi Fei had already communicated with the undying sword soul. Against a terrifying martial king like Third Master Shang, the Phoenix Bloodsword alone was not enough. If Yi Fei wanted to kill his way out, the only thing he could do was to use the destructive power of the undying sword soul. As for the serious consequences of releasing this destructive force, Yi Fei no longer had the time to think about it at this critical moment. Third Master Shang did not notice Yi Fei's intention. Instead, he heard Yi Fei's reminder. He looked at Yi Fei gratefully and gave him a big thumbs up. "You are indeed a kind-hearted young man. If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten that Luo gave me a portrait of Yi Fei before we came out." Third Master Shang was about to open his infinite space ring and take out the portrait. Yi Fei was also nervous. He quickly opened his golden infinite space bag and prepared to take out the Phoenix Blood Sword and release the undying sword soul. Just then, Third Master Shang suddenly remembered something and his expression changed. "Oh no, I think I accidentally threw the portrait that Luo gave me out when I was helping the victims. Daughter, I'm so sorry. Young man, come with me and help me find the portrait." Third Master Shang reached out to pull Yi Fei back. Yi Fei almost vomited blood. He was finally sure that this martial king was really crazy. Moreover, unless he was crazy, he would not go back to look for his portrait. Yi Fei had an idea. He quickly stopped Third Master Shang. Senior, please don't trouble yourself. As a martial artist, we should not leave our names behind when we do good deeds. If we leave our names behind, would it still be a good deed? That's right. Why didn't I think of that? But without the portrait, how am I going to find Yi Fei and fulfill Lulua's request? Third Master Shang looked troubled. Chapter 344. Leverage against the enemy. What? You know that Yi Fei? Where is he? How dare he bully Luo? I will never forgive him. Third Master Shang's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. Yi Fei couldn't help but rejoice. He hoped that Third Master Shang, this martial king, was truly insane. Otherwise, if he found out that Yi Fei was Yi Fei, he would surely die a horrible death. At the end of the day, Yi Fei still didn't have the strength and confidence to fight against a martial king. Yi Fei immediately thought of an excuse to send Third Master Shang away. Yi Fei immediately revealed a simple and honest smile, unique to those who lived in the mountains. He pointed in the opposite direction of the Sea of Constellations and said, "That's right, Senior. Not only do I know the Yi Fei, but I also have some history with him. Just before you came over, I heard someone say that Yi Fei seemed to have run back to Zhao City." What? Back to Zhao City? That's impossible. Luo clearly told me that I have an 80% chance of catching up to that Yi Fei if I follow this direction. How could he run in the opposite direction? Kid, you're not lying to me, are you? The madness in Third Master Shang's eyes gradually subsided. He glanced at Yi Fei with a puzzled expression. This frightened Yi Fei so much that he almost couldn't help but use his undying sword soul. It was only then that Yi Fei realized that Third Master Shang wasn't always insane. There were times when he would be clear-headed as well. For example, at this moment, Third Master Shang's madness was probably over, and he was slowly regaining his senses. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. If this martial king regains his senses and finds out that I'm lying to him, how am I going to defeat him? Yi Fei began to panic. Just as he was panicking, the unique yin-yang mark of the heavenly yin sect suddenly appeared on the spatial pouch that Yi Fei took out. It was even glowing faintly. This is the unique mark of the heavenly yin cult. Why you have something of the heavenly yin cult on you? Third Master Shang looked at the space bag on Yi Fei's body, his eyes filled with doubt. A dangerous aura filled the air, causing Yi Fei to stop breathing. At this time, Yi Fei realized that the Golden Bone Emissary spatial bag wasn't so easy to take. There was a special formation of the Heavenly Yin sect on it. It seemed that the Heavenly Yin sect's experts could use this kind of mark to track him. What made him even more helpless was that this imprint was helping the Mad Martial King regain his consciousness faster and faster. And once the Mad Martial King regained his consciousness, the experts of the Heavenly Yin cult would be able to kill him. Yi Fei reckoned that he might really die here this time. Immediately, Yi Fei's eyes began to wander around, looking for the best opportunity to escape. After all, there was nothing shameful about running away in front of Martial King. Of course, Yi Fei continued to spout nonsense. Senior, I'll tell you the truth. I'm currently being chased by the Heavenly Yin cult. I also took this spatial bag from them. I see. Why do you have a grudge with the Heavenly Yin cult? Also, where's that Yi Fei? Third Master Shang stared closely at Yi Fei. He had the urge to slap Yi Fei to death if Yi Fei said anything wrong. Yi Fei was incomparably depressed. However, seeing that Third Master Shang hadn't regained his senses yet, he could still continue to brag and stall for time. He might as well start to fabricate nonsense. Senior, you might not know this, but the Heavenly Yin cult is a wolf in sheep's clothing. They actually had designs on Shanglua's eldest miss, and even ordered a person called Yi Fei to steal Shanglua's underwear. In the end, they wanted to kill Yi Fei to shut him up and frame him. I happened to pass by and discovered this matter, so they also wanted to kill me. Yi Fei couldn't help but blush with shame when he had to tell this story full of loopholes. However, when Third Master Shang heard that someone wanted to harm Shanglua, his eyes, which had been gradually regaining their clarity, became crazed again. Yi Fei felt as if his shoulders were being grabbed by an iron clamp. Third Master Shang frantically shouted at Yi Fei. "Young man, is what you said true? The Heavenly Yin cult wants to harm Luo Luo, but they actually dared to steal my daughter's clothes?" "Your daughter? Aren't you her third uncle?" Yi Fei had a strange expression on his face. However, when he saw that Third Master Shang had turned into the familiar Mad Martial King, Yi Fei decided to throw caution to the wind and continued to brag. He might even be able to use this Mad Martial King to deal with the Heavenly Yin cult pursuers. When he thought of this, Yi Fei made up his mind and replied loudly, "Senior, I'm such an upright person. Why would I lie? If you don't believe me, I stole this from the Heavenly Yin cult." In order to make himself more convincing, Yi Fei had no choice but to take out a red cloth bag from his space bag and show it to Third Master Shang. "It's really Luo Luo's undergarments. There's even the smell of her wearing them. If it wasn't for your reminder, I would have wrongly accused the good guys. They're just a small Heavenly Yin cult, and they actually dare to have designs on my daughter." Boom! Third Master Shang had seen Yi Fei take out the red cloth bag from the Heavenly Yin cult space bag with his own eyes. The crazy Third Master Shang instantly believed Yi Fei's words. His eyes were filled with rage as he stared at the sky behind him. Yi Fei could already see dozens of black figures rushing over at an extremely fast speed. When they saw Yi Fei, the three leading Golden Bone messengers sneered. "Brat, let's see where you can run to this time." 3 Golden Bone messengers, and all of them are rank 10 martial honorables. Yi Fei looked at the black figures that were gradually becoming clearer, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He was only a level 1 martial honorable. With the Phoenix Bloodsword, he could at most fight against a level 8 martial honorable expert. If he were to face 3 level 10 martial honorable Golden Bone messengers and dozens of martial honorable realm White Bone messengers, he would definitely die. Yi Fei immediately turned around and tried to escape. Boom! Third Master Shang, who was beside him, sneered. He waved his hand and a true essence shield appeared, protecting Yi Fei within it. "Humph. You're only a rank 10 martial honorable. How dare you target Luo Luo? Even if you are a rank 10 Wu Jun, I will still kill you. Young man, you stay here. Watch me go and kill them all. Senior, don't. Release the shield. I don't need your protection." Yi Fei was about to vomit blood. Who would have thought that Third Master Shang would be so righteous, even though he was crazy? Just as Yi Fei was hesitating whether to reveal his strength, Third Master Shang had already charged towards the Heavenly Yin cult's messengers with a crazy aura. When the White Bone messengers saw that their path was blocked, they were instantly enraged. "Scram! This is the Heavenly Yin cult's business. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Ha! Heavenly Yin cult! How dare you bully Luo Luo and be so arrogant in front of me? You all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die." Boom! Terrifying sound waves spread out in all directions with Third Master Shang's roar. Yi Fei finally saw how terrifying a martial king's attack was. Wherever the sound wave passed, the protective Jun Yuan of the dozens of white bone emissaries who bore the brunt of the sound wave instantly shattered. Their bodies were also shattered. Boom! 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 None of the white bone messengers could withstand the sound waves for more than 10 seconds, no matter what martial arts they used or what treasures they used. The bodies of the dozens of white bone messengers exploded like fireworks, blooming into dozens of bloody flowers in the sky. How is this possible? The remaining 3 white bone messengers widened their eyes in disbelief. They could not believe that the Heavenly Yin cult's messengers, who were all martial honorables, could be destroyed by this crazy man's sound waves. The Heavenly Yin cult had more than 50 white bone messengers, and they had lost more than 3 digits in just a month of chasing after Yi Fei. Puff! One of the white bone messengers could not take the blow. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood 3 meters away. It turned into a blood arrow and temporarily blocked the sound waves. The other white bone messengers recovered from the shock and looked at the crazy Third Master Shang in fear. I know who he is. He is the crazy martial king from the Merchant Union. Damn it. Why is he here? Why is he helping that kid? Chapter 345. Mad Martial King seeing Third Master Shang's power. The three rank 10 martial honorable golden bone messengers felt fear in their hearts. This was the power of a martial king. With a roar, over 50 first-layer martial highness white bone envoys were turned into ashes. The remaining 3 golden bone messengers were scared out of their wits. They couldn't understand what was going on. Why would Merchant Union's famous lunatic king Wu suddenly stand on Yi Fei's side and attack the heavenly insect's emissary mercilessly? The 3 golden bone messengers had no idea what was going on. They could only try their best to appease the mad martial king and try to figure it out. Yi Fei was the only one who knew what was going on. Apparently, in the eyes of the mad Third Master Shang, Shangluo was his daughter. She was the closest person he had to protect with his life. However, Yi Fei had misled the Third Master Shang into believing that the heavenly insect had bad intentions towards Shangluo. Therefore, when Yi Fei staked everything on one throw and took out Shang Luo's close-fitting red cloth bag from the space bag that only the Golden Bone Envoy could have, the Third Master Shang was enraged. No father would allow his daughter's underwear to fall into someone else's hands. In the eyes of the mad Third Master Shang, be it the White Bone Messengers or the 3 Golden Bone Messengers, they all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. With that one sentence, Third Master Shang had declared the death of the 3 emissaries of Golden Bones. He swooped down and reached the first emissary of Golden Bones in an instant. Rumble. The 3 Golden Bone Messengers attacked at the same time. They were furious and confused. Third Master Shang, you killed so many of our White Bone Messengers. How dare you kill us? Don't think that you can be unreasonable just because the Merchant Alliance is rich. Let me tell you, our sect leader has reached the first level of the Martial Saint realm. If you kill us, you will bring disaster to the Merchant Alliance. Yi Fei, did you bewitch the Third Master Shang? Third Master Shang, don't be fooled by this brat. They were all ranked 10 martial honorables, after all. With the 3 Golden Bone Messengers attacking at the same time, they finally managed to block Third Master Shang's terrifying attack. Yi Fei. Hearing the 3 Golden Bone Messengers' words, the Third Master Shang looked at Yi Fei in confusion. Yi Fei wanted to bang his head against the wall. Why was this Third Master Shang's Zhen Yuan shield so powerful? Even after slashing with his Phoenix Blood Sword for so long, he only managed to leave a small crack on the shield. Yi Fei felt as if he was being stared at by a terrifying beast when he felt Third Master Shang's crazed gaze on him. Since they can't beat this mad martial king, they can only continue to fabricate lies. Therefore, Yi Fei also loudly shouted, "Senior, don't be fooled by them. Heavenly Yin cult is the most sinister. They specialize in using lies to distract you. Be careful. They want to sneak attack you. Are they tired of living? Attacking me, the Third Master Shang?" Third Master Shang, who admired Yi Fei, did not even turn his head as he subconsciously sent another palm strike towards the 3 Golden Bone emissaries. The 3 Golden Bone Messengers were so angry that they vomited blood. They did not have the guts to attack a martial king. Yi Fei was obviously slandering them. However, the Third Master Shang believed him immediately. The 3 of them did not dare to underestimate the attack of a martial king. They could only curse Yi Fei for spouting nonsense and hope that he would die a horrible death. At the same time, they mustered all their strength and were forced to join forces to attack Third Master Shang's giant palm. However, this time, the 3 Golden Bone Messengers were unable to block the Third Master Shang's attack. They all vomited blood and retreated. In the eyes of the crazy Third Master Shang, this was evidence that they had tried to attack him. "Young man, thank goodness you reminded me. Otherwise I, Third Master Shang, would have been fooled by them. Not only did they bully my daughter, they even dared to ambush me. Do you think I'm crazy? Do you think I, Third Master Shang, am easily fooled?" After thanking Yi Fei for his warning, the Third Master Shang turned around. When he looked at the 3 Golden Bone Messengers, he became extremely crazy and violent. A huge palm suddenly appeared in the sky and came crashing down. The power of the palm print was even greater than that of Nan Ruofeng's heaven-covering palm that Yi Fei had seen before. The mountains below started to crumble under the pressure of the palm. They turned into powder and disappeared into the ground. The 3 golden bone messengers who bore the brunt of the attack all vomited blood. They were beaten to a pulp by the 3rd Master Shang and could only glare at Yi Fei angrily. Wah, Senior, this is a misunderstanding. We did not attack you, nor did we trick you. The one who tricked you was the brat behind you. Yi Fei, you shameless bastard. You can't beat us, but you used flowery words to trick the Martial King into attacking us. The Dark Sky sect will not rest until you are dead. Don't say any more. Hurry up and run. Once the mad Martial King goes crazy, he will kill anyone he sees. Gods, he will kill gods. No matter what kind of explanation you give, this madman will not listen. The last Golden Bone messenger was more clear-headed. When he saw that the 3rd Master Shang had gone crazy, he turned and ran without another word. Yi Fei stared nervously at the 3rd Master Shang's back. He was afraid that the Mad Warrior King would go crazy and kill him as well. He quickly said, Senior, let me out. Someone ran away. I want to fight alongside you and repay the kindness of the first miss of Shanglaw. Ha, young man, you are indeed a good person, but they're just 3 clowns. Where can they run to? Kill. The Great Void Destruction. Kaboom. The 3 Golden Bone emissaries, who had already fled several hundred meters away, simultaneously felt darkness above their heads. A huge palm had already appeared in the void and ruthlessly slammed down. The weakest Golden Bone emissary's body suddenly exploded, and he was slapped to the ground, turning into a meat patty. No, Senior, we are innocent. The first Golden Bone messenger burst into tears when he saw his companion's miserable state. It's useless to say more. Run, let's split up. As long as we don't die, we can find that brat and settle the debt of blood today. The second Golden Bone messenger was more cunning. When he realized that it would be too obvious if they ran together, he suppressed his anger and resentment and left his companion's side. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 streaks of blazing red light wrapped around each other and flew in different directions. They hoped to escape the 3rd Master Shang's pursuit. Trying to escape? Everyone who bullies Luo Luo must die. I don't care if you're a martial king or a martial saint. I will kill anyone who dares to bully my daughter. Kill! Kill! Great Void Lightning Slash. Chapter 346. Chapter 346. To fish in troubled waters 2, miserable howls immediately rang out in the air. These 2 Golden Bone emissaries did not manage to escape far before they were turned into charcoal by the lightning. Their smoking corpses fell from the sky. After doing all this, the madness in 3rd Master Shang's eyes did not diminish. Instead, it became even more terrifying. He was like the king of vicious beasts from the depths of the mountains. With a single step, he returned to Yi Fei's side and stared at Yi Fei fiercely. Young man, what's your name? Upon hearing 3rd Master Shang's words, Yi Fei felt that something wasn't quite right. It was obvious that the words of the Golden Bone emissaries had successfully aroused the mad martial monarch's suspicions. Yi Fei knew that if he couldn't gain the mad warrior monarch's trust in the next few seconds, he would end up like the 3 Golden Bone emissaries and become a corpse. Therefore, Yi Fei could only continue bragging. After all, the consequences of trying to reason with the mad martial king was something that Yi Fei had personally witnessed. With a thought, Yi Fei looked at the mad martial monarch with a bitter face and said sincerely, Senior, there's actually something that I lied to you about. Are you really Yi Fei? 3rd Master Shang glared at him, his eyes filled with murderous rage. Yes and no, no and no. In fact, my name is also Yi Fei. However, I am not the same as the people of the Heavenly Yin cult. We only share the same name. I'm not the Yi Fei you're looking for, and the Yi Fei you're looking for isn't me either. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yi Fei spouted nonsense. Since there was no point in reasoning with a lunatic, he might as well spout some nonsense along with him. His words left 3rd Master Shang confused for a long time. He still couldn't figure out whether the person in front of him was Yi Fei or not Yi Fei. Usually, a lunatic would not think that they were crazy. Instead, the crazier they were, the more they thought they were clear-headed. Of course, Third Master Shang would not admit that he was confused by Yi Fei's words. Instead, he pretended to understand and started probing. I see. You and the Yi Fei I'm looking for only share the same name. How can there be such a coincidence? Third Master Shang asked. Senior, you finally understand. You see, the Yi Fei that you're chasing is using a sword, and he's a half-step martial revered. As for me, I'm a real martial revered. Also, I'm using my fists. Yi Fei simply ignored the fact that he had just used the Phoenix Blood Sword. Yi Fei had already condensed the will of the Massacre Fist. Even though it was only 10%, it was enough to dissipate the last bit of hostility from Third Master Shang. With a wave of his hand, Yi Fei felt the tortoise shell-like shield of inner Yuan dissipate. Yi Fei sighed inwardly, as expected of a martial king expert. The gap between me and a martial king is too big. However, I won't give up. I must reach that level within a year. Senior Shang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Yi Fei cupped his hands and turned to leave. It was really stressful to be with a lunatic martial king who could turn hostile at any time. Hold on, young man. Even though you are not the Yi Fei I'm looking for, I remember you saying that you know the whereabouts of the Yi Fei I'm looking for. Third Master Shang said in a tongue twister. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. However, Third Master Shang, who was in a state of madness, could not be bothered to think about this problem. At the same time, in Third Master Shang's eyes, if he believed that a person was a good person, no matter what that person did, it would be the right thing to do. If Third Master Shang believed that a bad person was then sorry, no matter how sincere the three Golden Bone Messengers' explanations were, he would not listen to any explanation from the crazy Third Master Shang. Young man, please tell me the whereabouts of the real Yi Fei. Luo said that if I don't catch that Yi Fei, she will not acknowledge me as her third uncle. She's clearly my daughter. Why is she calling me third uncle? Third Master Shang's anxious expression suddenly turned into one of melancholy. Yi Fei's forehead was filled with black lines. He hurriedly tried to persuade Third Master Shang, not giving him a chance to think carefully. Who knew if the crazy martial king would suddenly return to normal? Senior, don't think too much. The most important thing is to act. You want to find the Yi Fei, right? I know that he is actually very easy to recognize. He has 4 eyebrows and loves to show off. As long as you follow him and ask around, you will definitely find some clues about him. Yi Fei betrayed Wang Bai without hesitation. Anyway, Wang Bai was very mysterious. Yi Fei really hoped that he could force Wang Bai out through the crazy martial king. He had many questions that he wanted to ask Wang Bai, especially the beast mark tattoo on his body that could not be removed. Of course, Yi Fei's words were full of loopholes and nonsense. But in the ears of the crazed Third Master Shang, he believed him without a doubt. Third Master Shang looked at Yi Fei gratefully again. Young man, it's all thanks to you. Turns out that the thief Yi Fei has 4 eyebrows. He is indeed very easy to recognize. Thank you very much. I will go after him now and fulfill Luo's wish. Boom! Third Master Shang left as soon as he said that. He tore through the void and disappeared before Yi Fei's eyes. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Although this martial king was crazy, his strength was really terrifying. Seeing Third Master Shang leave without hesitation, Yi Fei suddenly thought of something, and his expression became very strange. He looked at the dozens of corpses of the Heavenly Insects experts lying on the ground. He is indeed a martial king expert. He left as soon as he said that and did not even want these people's space bags. However, since Third Master Shang did not care for these things, I should be able to pick up some of the leftovers. He acted as soon as he thought of it. Hence, Third Master Shang followed Yi Fei's instructions and rushed in the wrong direction to ask around for the 4-eyebrow Yi Fei's whereabouts. On the ground, Yifei was already using a small wooden stick to pick up more than 50 space bags of the heavenly insects, white bone messengers, and 3 space bags of the golden bone messengers. This time, Yifei learned his lesson. He knew that the space bags of the heavenly insects experts were probably exclusive to the heavenly insect. Carrying the mark of the heavenly insects experts was akin to seeking death. Yifei hurriedly threw away all the space bags and put everything in them into his space ring. After that, Yifei used his fastest speed to leave this place. He rushed for tens of thousands of miles in one breath. After confirming that neither the heavenly insect nor that crazy third Master Shang would be able to find him, Yifei calmed himself down and started to count his gains this time. At the same time, Yifei did not know that these experts of the heavenly insect were the last batch of experts sent out by the heavenly insect. In the end, before they could catch Yifei, they were all killed by this crazy martial king because they had angered third Master Shang. Chapter 347. Counting the gains after arriving at a safe place, Yifei began to excitedly take stock of his harvest. Spirit crystals, elixirs, and other cultivation resources were what Yifei needed the most right now. The results did not disappoint Yifei. Yifei had obtained a total of 1 million spiritual crystals from the space bags of the 50 bone messengers. There were also more than 2,000 heaven-class elixirs, jade blood elixirs. When the results came out, even though Yifei was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but stare blankly at them. 1 million spiritual crystals and more than 2,000 heaven-class elixirs. This is really a windfall. However, Yifei recalled how domineering third Master Shang was when he waved his hand and sent down a rain of 1 million spiritual crystals. Yifei was relieved. After all, these bone messengers were martial honorables. In the sacred ground, their status was similar to that of the inner sect elders. Naturally, they would have a lot of cultivation resources. The only thing that Yifei felt was that the weapons of the bone messengers had all been destroyed by third Master Shang's sound wave. Otherwise, Yifei would have gained even more. After spending about 2 hours, Yifei finally finished sorting out all the treasures that he had taken from the bone messengers. Then, Yifei's heartbeat quickened as he looked at the last small pile of treasures. The number of treasures that he had taken from the bone messengers was probably less than 1/10 of the total treasures that he had taken from the bone messengers. However, in Yifei's eyes, their value was definitely greater than the sum of all the treasures that the bone messengers had taken from the bone messengers. This was because Yifei had found all these treasures from the 3 bone messengers. Furthermore, the 3 of them were genuine rank 10 martial honorables. It's a pity that no matter how strong a martial honorable is, he is still so insignificant in front of a martial king. He seemed to be thinking of the horrifying scene of third Master Shang killing people. Even though Yifei had a strong martial will, he could not help but shiver. Indeed, if one does not become a martial king, he will always be an ant. If I want to reach the peak of the martial path, the martial king realm is the first obstacle I have to overcome. The martial king realm was the dividing line between an ordinary martial artist and a true expert. Let's not think too much for now. Let's count the treasures of these 3 golden bone emissaries first. Yifei shook his head hard and finally focused on the last pile of treasures. Yifei's eyes immediately caught sight of a dozen or so wooden boxes that exuded a shocking amount of spiritual energy. Yifei's eyes lit up as he vaguely guessed what was going on. When he opened the box, he was not disappointed. There were 3 wooden boxes, and each box contained 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Although it was not a lot, Yifei still had more than 50 mid-grade spirit stones on him after adding the spirit stones he had obtained from Shangla. Huh, what kind of pill is this? It seems to be different from the jade blood pill and the condensing pill. Yifei looked through the pile of treasures again and found several hundred strange medicinal pills that emitted a strong blood-red light. Based on his intuition, Yifei knew that these were probably heaven-grade 3 pills. However, these pills were different from ordinary heaven-grade pills. They had a strong, bloody aura, as if they had been dug out from a human's body. Yifei did not dare to consume them rashly. Instead, he frantically rummaged through the pile of junk in front of him. Finally, Yifei found what he was looking for. There were 2 pill recipes of the Dark Sky sect recorded on the skin of the vicious beasts. One of them was the recipe of the Dark Sky sect's Jade Blood Pill. The other one was the introduction of this strange blood-red pill. According to the introduction, Yifei found out that the 3 Golden Bone emissaries had spent a lot of effort to buy the pill of the vicious beast from the central province. It was refined from the blood essence of vicious beasts and the guts of powerful demonic beasts. The pill of the vicious beasts was not a Tian Grade 3 pill. It was a Tian Grade 5 pill. The 3 Golden Bone emissaries had specially prepared it for their breakthrough to the Martial King realm. However, before they could break through to the Martial King realm, they were all killed by the crazy 3rd Master Shang. Yifei did not hesitate to take all of these pills. After putting away these medicinal pills, Yifei did not have the time to pay attention to the rest of the items. In the end, his gaze only focused on 4 items. They were 3 weapons and a martial technique manual. To be able to be used as a weapon by a rank 10 martial honorable realm expert, they were naturally not ordinary items. They were all top-grade treasures. There was a spear, a bow, and a domineering warhammer. It was a pity that there was no sword here. However, Yifei was still very excited. How precious was a top-quality artifact? Yifei still remembered that during the Mountain River List competition, Huang Shu, that 2nd-generation young master, had only taken out a top-grade treasure weapon gold sword, and actually dared to clamor and wanted to challenge everyone in the Mountain River List. At that time, Yifei was very envious and jealous. Now, he had 3 top-quality artifacts. If this was spread back to the Sacred Land, it would cause an uproar in the inner sect. Yifei was very satisfied. These 3 weapons, even if I have no use for them, I can find an opportunity to sell them or give them to others. However, compared to the weapons, I am more curious about the martial arts that could be so important to the experts of the Dark Sky sect. What rank is it? With a strong sense of curiosity, Yifei flipped open the last item. He did not know which Golden Bone emissary had brought a manual with him. When he flipped it open, Yifei was shocked. On the first page of the manual, it was clearly written, Saint-level martial arts, demonic kill. It's actually a low-grade Saint-level fist art. It is even used by Nangong long before the true inheritance martial arts of the Dark Sky sect. Yifei was very excited. Although he already had the Emperor-level Devil Emperor scripture and the Great Belt sword technique, they were not complete. Without reaching a certain level of cultivation, he was unable to unleash the power of these martial arts. But Saint-level martial arts were different. Even a martial honorable could easily unleash its power. Yifei immediately decided that he had to master the demonic kill to the large success stage. That way, he would have another life-saving martial art. As for whether or not secretly learning the true inheritance martial arts of the Dark Sky sect would cause the Dark Sky sect to pursue him to the death, Yifei decisively chose to ignore it. Anyway, the grudges between me and the Dark Sky sect cannot be resolved. Since that is the case, secretly learning the true inheritance martial arts of the Dark Sky sect is not a big deal. 3rd Master Shang, thank you very much. Shang Luo, on account of your relationship with your 3rd uncle and my great gains this time, I won't auction off your undergarments. Whoosh. After making sure that everything that he could use had been taken care of, Yifei could not wait to fly into the sky far away. He wanted to find a safe place to continue increasing his strength. Achoo! When Yifei left, the eldest miss of Shang'o suddenly sneezed violently, as if she had sensed something. She could no longer maintain the illusion and instantly turned from a beautiful young lady to a tender little girl. Chapter 348. Chapter 348. Go into action in person. The experts of the business alliance around them were already used to this. They looked up at the sky and pretended not to see or hear anything. Shanglo suddenly thought of something. He gritted his teeth and stomped his feet angrily. Bastard, it's been so long. Why hasn't third uncle caught Yi Fei yet? I even cooked a big pot of dog food. The Merchant Alliance's experts couldn't hold it in any longer. They were all covered in cold sweat as they looked at the pot in the distance. To tell the truth, the aroma was very strong, and it was very appetizing. But then they remembered that this was the dog food that the young miss had specially prepared for those young geniuses. None of the experts present had the appetite to taste it. Only the two purebred white-furred dogs kept drooling around the big pot as if they really wanted to eat it. The dozen or so experts watching were sweating profusely. At this moment, the void split open and Third Master Shang walked out, sweating profusely. He landed beside Shangluo. Shangluo's eyes lit up as he skipped over and asked, "Third uncle, how was it? Did you catch that Yi Fei? Don't tell me you killed him?" Seeing that Third Master Shang had returned empty-handed, Shangluo was suddenly worried. If Yi Fei died too quickly, who was she going to give the big pot of dog food to? Third Master Shang lowered his head in shame when he saw Shangluo's expectant look. "Luo, I'm so useless." The young man had clearly told me Yi Fei's features, but no one knew where the four-browed Yi Fei had run off to. "What four eyebrows? What young man?" "Third uncle, you didn't get cheated again, did you?" Shangluo asked suspiciously. Third Master Shang suddenly pulled a long face and reprimanded Shangluo. "Luo, don't spout nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. That young man is warm-hearted and helpful. The Dark Sky sect had bad intentions towards you. They even sent that four-browed Yi Fei to steal your underwear. In the end, it was that young man who risked his life to get it back for you." As he spoke, Third Master Shang's expression turned solemn as he handed a red cloth bag to Shangluo. All the experts present widened their eyes in shock. Shangluo's face was as red as blood. She suddenly wanted to find a piece of tofu and smash her head against it. That Yi Fei was too despicable. Not only did he steal her undergarments, he even dared to take them out. Boom! Shangluo raised a domineering dragon-shaped saber and smashed the red cloth bag that had been touched by Yi Fei into dust. It was only then that Third Master Shang noticed that Shangluo was not holding an ordinary weapon. It was the embryo of a genuine divine weapon. Isn't this the embryo of a divine weapon of our Shang clan? Girl, why did you steal this thing? Quickly hide it well. Don't let anyone see it. Be careful of being cheated. It was obvious that Third Master Shang was really worried about Shangluo. The furious First Miss was as unreasonable as Third Master Shang. Not only did she not put away her saber, Shangluo even gritted her teeth and pointed her saber at the sky. "No, I won't put my saber away until I chop that Yi Fei into 8 pieces. Third uncle, you're the one who was cheated by that Yi Fei." "Nonsense. That young man is warm-hearted. How could he cheat third uncle?" "No, Luo, you're my daughter. Why don't you call me father?" "Did that young man really hit the nail on the head? You're not my biological daughter." Boom! Third Master Shang collapsed at the thought of this possibility. His legs were extremely heavy as he knelt on the ground. His hands dug into the ground, and he looked like he had lost all hope. Shangluo's face darkened. At the same time, she couldn't bear to see Third Master Shang like this. She held her breath and said, "I'm actually the biological daughter of my stepmother. That's why I can only call you third uncle. Is this all right?" "What? Stepmother? Who would have thought that I, Third Master Shang, would be a disloyal man to my wife? No wonder Luo refuses to call me father. My dear daughter, it's been hard on you all these years." Third Master Shang suddenly hugged Shangluo tightly. Shangluo felt very bitter. What did Yi Fei say to her third uncle? How could he become like this? This made Shangluo even more determined to take revenge on Yi Fei. Shangluo struggled to break free from Third Master Shang's embrace. She screamed angrily, "Yi Fei, don't let me find you. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Third uncle, you don't have to capture Yi Fei anymore. I've decided to do it myself." "Do it yourself?" "But eldest miss, the 18 northern seas are so big. That Yi Fei is also very cunning. How do we know where he's running to?" One of the experts from the Merchant Union quickly asked. I've already thought about this. Don't you think that Yi Fei's escape route seems to be in the direction of the Sea of Constellations. Bang! The little girl disappeared and was replaced by a beautiful young woman. Shangluo's eyes flashed with wisdom. She led a group of experts and charged into the sky. Third Master Shang was left alone. He grabbed his hair in frustration. What did he do to make his daughter angry? He didn't do anything wrong. That's right. It's that young man. He's a kind-hearted person who loves to help others. He must have a way to reconcile me with my daughter. That's right. As long as I can find that young man who shares the same name as Yi Fei, I'll be able to reconcile with my daughter. Once he understood this, Third Master Shang pulled himself together. He tore open the void and disappeared. Strange. Why do I feel a chill all over my body? After escaping for several 100,000 miles, Yi Fei suddenly felt like he was being watched. However, the feeling was very vague. It only appeared for a split second before disappearing. Yi Fei couldn't help but wonder if he was under too much pressure for being hunted by the Heavenly Yin cult for too long. Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, I can't avoid it. Instead of being paranoid here, I might as well use this time to increase my strength. Only when I'm strong enough will I have the ability to protect myself. Yi Fei was greatly stimulated by Third Master Shang's terrifying strength. Yi Fei felt that he couldn't run for his life and travel at the same time. He needed to focus on cultivating in seclusion for a period of time. This was the only way he could consolidate his cultivation as a martial honorable and continue to break through. Therefore, in a hidden narrow valley, after building the first secret space in his life, Yi Fei hid in it and began to practice in seclusion day and night. The Sea of Constellations isn't a good place. Even Senior Jing Wushou almost died there. I can't expose the Phoenix Blood Sword so easily. The only thing I can do is to increase my strength as soon as possible. Looking at the mountain of spiritual crystals, various spiritual herbs, and heaven-grade elixirs in front of him, Yi Fei knew that what he needed to do now was to refine these things and continue to increase his strength. Therefore, in the following time, Yi Fei began a long and boring period of bitter cultivation. Since he had already thrown away all the space bags he stole from the Heavenly Yin cult, the elites of the Heavenly Yin cult had no way of tracking down Yi Fei's whereabouts. Chapter 349. Third Layer of the Martial Highness Realm. Why didn't you bring back Yi Fei's head? My Heavenly Yin sect had more than 100 white bone messengers and 4 golden bone messengers, yet they were all killed just because they were chasing a young man. The furious roar of the Heavenly Yin sect's patriarch could be heard from the underground palace. Despite that, the patriarch of the Heavenly Yin sect did not show himself. After all, the 12th layer of the martial sacred realm was not to be underestimated. If the patriarch of the Heavenly Yin sect had to personally deal with a young man, the Heavenly Yin sect would become a laughingstock. Nangong Ying, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, my son wouldn't have died. The Phoenix Blood Sword was right in front of his eyes, but the Zhao clan took it back. After the patriarch of the Heavenly Yin sect's patriarch recovered from his anger, he began to blame someone else. It was Nangong Ying, Zhao clan's Empress Dowager. That being said, the real Empress Dowager was not old at all. On the contrary, she was very young and noble. Her words and actions gave off a noble aura. Hearing the patriarch of the Heavenly Yin sect's patriarch's accusation, the Empress Dowager was not afraid at all. The Empress Dowager was not afraid at all. When everyone knelt down, only the Empress Dowager remained seated and sipped her tea unhurriedly. Brother, don't you have anyone to blame? Since Yi Fei can't be killed, why are you so stubborn? Even if we don't do anything, that Yi Fei will show himself sooner or later and come to our Heavenly Yin sect to die. Are you talking about Zhao Yu? That's right, Zhao Yu. The Empress Dowager smiled confidently. However, her smile was cold and eerie as she said to the air, Yi Fei, I admit that I've always underestimated you. Therefore, I won't fail again this time. This time, I'll use all my strength to deal with you. Sensing the Empress Dowager's determination, the patriarch of the Heavenly Yin sect fell silent. Many of the elders of the Heavenly Yin sect looked at the Empress Dowager with fear. In their impression, Nan Gong-ying had abandoned her dignity and put on such a serious expression only 3 times. The first time was when Nan Gong-ying married into the Zhao kingdom and became the empress. The second time was when Zhao Qianjun swore to take revenge and destroy Zhao Hai. The third time was when the experts who were hunting Yi Fei were completely wiped out. But no matter which time it was, whenever the Empress Dowager revealed this kind of expression, it was always so terrifying. Even the powerful Dark Sky sect master could only remain silent. No one could guess what the Empress Dowager was thinking, not even the expressionless Zhao Yu, who was standing behind the Empress Dowager. However, when he heard Yi Fei's name, Zhao Yu felt an inexplicable ripple in his heart, which was then replaced by indifference. On the sword edge, Jing Wushou angrily walked up the mountain and angrily said to Sword Maniac Elder, "Master, Nan Ruofing has gone too far. Not only does he want the inner, outer, and core disciples to hand over all their martial arts, he also wants the same for our sword peak. Leave it to him." Sword Maniac Elder's words surprised Jing Wushou. "Hand it over to him? Master, that's the strongest sword technique you comprehended after sitting on the sword steel for 70 years. If you hand it over, what if Nan Ruofing secretly learns it?" Jing Wushou was very worried. Sword Maniac Elder smiled. He raised the stone sword in his hand and said with a smile, "Let him learn it. The strongest sword technique of Sword Peak is not with me, and it's not with you. If it's not with Master, then it's with Junior Brother Yi." "Oh right, Master, Junior Brother Yi went to the Sea of Constellations to train in order to break through. He'll be fine, right?" Jing Wushou secretly gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Nan Ruofing's rule that leaving the sacred ground now was a betrayal, Jing Wushou would never have let Yi Fei go to the Sea of Constellations alone. Only those who experienced it knew how dangerous that place was. Sword Maniac Elder's expression turned serious when he heard this. Then he slowly relaxed and nodded with certainty. "I can't see Yi Fei's future, but I can be sure that he won't die so easily. He has the attention of too many important figures." "Master, are you talking about that mysterious Wang Bai?" Jing Wushou seemed to understand something. After all, Jing Wushou had investigated the details of the battle in the palace in detail, especially when Yi Fei used a broken wooden tablet to activate the beast roaming the world and the ancient beast seal, almost trampling Zhao's Empress Dowager to death. This shocked Jing Wushou even more. Thus, when he returned to the sacred ground, Jing Wushou began to investigate everything related to Wang Bai. Unfortunately, it was a blank. There were no records in the sacred ground. In fact, in the entire sacred ground, except for a few people, everyone had forgotten that such a person once existed in the sacred ground. This was undoubtedly a very terrifying matter. Jing Wushou couldn't understand it, so he could only continue to ask Sword Maniac Elder for guidance. However, Sword Maniac Elder didn't say anything. He only picked up the stone sword and silently wrote a word on the ground. Then, he floated away from Sword Peak. Only Jing Wushou silently looked at the words on the ground. He was in a daze. Suddenly, it turned into a deep shock and fear. Time passed day by day amidst the turbulence. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. There was no movement in the secret realm that Yi Fei was cultivating in. Under the Empress Dowager's instructions, the Heavenly Ean sect, which had suffered heavy losses, suppressed their anger and waited for the best opportunity to kill Yi Fei. In this month, Yi Fei's improvement was very fast. Not only did he refine all the pills, but he also successfully broke through to the second and third levels of the martial honorable realm. However, Yi Fei still showed no signs of coming out of seclusion. This continued until the second month, when he cultivated the Demon Emperor's scripture to the limit. Boom! The space of the secret realm suddenly collapsed. A young man with skin that looked like it was made of gold, carrying the Phoenix blood sword on his back, slowly walked out of the collapsed secret realm. "I've finally mastered the third level of the Battle Demon Golden Body. With my current strength, I should be able to protect myself in the Sea of Constellations." The increase in his strength made Yi Fei more confident. However, Yifei didn't become arrogant because of this. After all, his soul came from the era of information explosion. Yifei deeply understood that there was always someone better than him. No matter how fast Yifei's strength rose, no matter how high his strength rose, Yifei's heart was always vigilant and careful. I've used up all the spiritual crystals and pills left behind by the white bone emissaries and golden bone emissaries. I won't be able to make any more breakthroughs in a short period of time. However, there's still about a month's time from here to the Sea of Constellations. I can try to cultivate the Sky Demon Kill martial art as I travel. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Yifei took a step into the sky. Soon, he took another step, covering a distance of several hundred meters. The space beneath his feet creaked under the pressure of Yifei's true essence, as if it couldn't bear the burden. After that, a pair of golden wings stretched out from Yifei's back, carrying Yifei towards the Sea of Constellations at an even faster speed. However, Yifei didn't stay idle during the journey. He took out the Sky Demon Kill and communicated with the undying sword soul in his body, quickly comprehending the Saint-grade martial art. The Sky Demon Kill was indeed worthy of being a true heritage martial art of the Heavenly Yin cult. It was difficult to comprehend it. Normally, Yifei would only need a few days to comprehend a Saint-grade martial art. However, the Heavenly Demon Kill took Yifei more than 10 days to barely reach the entry level. Even if he was slightly distracted because he was in a hurry, it could be seen how difficult it was to comprehend a sage-grade martial technique. Chapter 350. Starwood looking at the vast ocean in front of him that flickered with starlight, Yifei knew that this was the legendary Sea of Constellations. It was said that thousands of years ago, this was still a calm ocean. It was also where the ancient sect, the Constellation sect, was located. However, after a great battle between two sovereigns, not only was the powerful Constellation sect destroyed, even two sovereigns perished at the same time. It was because of these rumors that countless cultivators were attracted to come here to explore. Regardless of whether it was the treasures left behind by the Constellation sect or the place where the two sovereigns perished, it was enough to make any cultivator go crazy. Yifei knew that one of the fallen sovereigns should be the Demon Emperor. However, the Demon Emperor wasn't dead yet. His true body was still being suppressed by the Demon Sealing Pagoda. As for his primordial spirit and the real spirit devouring sword, they should be slumbering somewhere in this ocean, waiting for him to wake them up. Demon Emperor, I'm coming. This time, I will definitely save you. Yifei looked at the ocean with a determined gaze. As long as he could save the Demon Emperor, with his strength, destroying the Heavenly Yin cult would be a piece of cake. This was also the reason why he had risked his life to come to the Sea of Constellations. He would never forget Zhao Yu's pitiful gaze before he was taken away. Even now, Yifei still felt a dull ache in his heart. Zhao Yu, just wait a little longer. Since I said I would take you away, I will definitely not let you fall into the hands of the Heavenly Yin cult. There's also Zhao's Empress Dowager. A cold glint flashed across Yifei's eyes. If it weren't for this woman stirring up trouble in Zhao City wouldn't have perished, and Zhao Yu wouldn't have been taken away. Everyone would have been able to peacefully cultivate in the sacred land. With complicated feelings, Yifei flew towards the only city marked on the map. According to the information that Jing Wushou had provided, Yifei flew over. There was only one city in the vicinity of the Sea of Constellations, and that was Random Star City. As the name implied, Random Star City was a place without order. In this place, it was a typical survival of the fittest. Previously, Jing Wushou had accidentally offended a martial Emperor Realm expert in the Random Star City, and had almost died there. Recalling Jing Wushou's warning in his mind, Yifei walked into Random Star City. Strangely, it was very peaceful here. It didn't seem like a place where evil people ran rampant. Instead, it was very orderly. There were even city guards on duty at the entrance. Grandpa, didn't you say that Scattered Star City is extremely dangerous? In my opinion, it's no different from our Imperial City. There are still mortals and martial artists, and there are also all kinds of shops in the city. A 10th layer Martial Highness realm old man walked past Yi Fei with a few young men in luxurious clothes. When they saw Yi Fei's travel-worn appearance, a trace of disdain flashed across their eyes. However, the old man had good eyesight. He seemed to have vaguely sensed Yi Fei's strength. A sharp glint flashed across the old man's eyes. He looked coldly at Yi Fei, as if warning Yi Fei not to have any ideas about them. Yi Fei felt uncomfortable in his heart. What does this old man mean? I didn't offend them. Why is he so hostile? He immediately paid the entrance fee of 100 spiritual crystals and entered Random Star City. Coincidentally, Yi Fei bumped into the old man again. Perhaps the old man saw that Yi Fei's cultivation was too low to pose a threat to them, but he didn't have the time to bother with Yi Fei. He only lectured his grandchildren beside him. Listen up, all of you. Random Star City is not like other places. There are no rules here. The City Lord of Random Star City will only protect the people of the city. Even if all the foreign cultivators die, he won't spare them a glance. The old man's words caused his grandchildren to turn pale with fright. They all said, "Grandfather, Random Star City is so dangerous. Why do we come here? Why don't we just go straight into the Sea of Constellations?" Haha. Go straight into the Sea of Constellations. Forget about you. Even I would drown if I went in empty-handed. Grandfather, why is that? The old man's words frightened his grandchildren. Yi Fei couldn't help but slow down his steps and perk up his ears. Ignoring Yi Fei, the old man explained to his grandchildren in a deep voice. Of course, it's because of the special characteristics of the Sea of Constellations. This is the place where the stars fell. A large amount of the power of the stars is gathered here, and the seawater is extremely heavy. Only by using a special product of Random Star City, a wooden raft made from star wood, can one cross this sea. As the old man spoke, he led his grandchildren into a nearby inn. Before he went in, he inadvertently cast a cold glance at Yi Fei. Rubbing his nose, Yi Fei could only helplessly stop in his tracks. He knew that if he continued to follow, the old man would definitely think that he had some ulterior motive. Fortunately, he had already found out the key information. So to cross the Sea of Constellations, one must use starwood. I wonder where I can find starwood. Yi Fei looked around, intending to find someone to ask. At this moment, a loud scolding sound in front of them attracted Yi Fei's attention. He walked over to take a look. It turned out that it was an old granny selling firewood. As she was walking, she accidentally bumped into a young man in luxurious clothes passing by. She even dirted his clothes. The young man in luxurious clothes flew into a rage. He slapped the old granny across the face and scolded, "Damned old hag. Did you not open your eyes when you were walking? Do you know who I am? Of all the people you could have bumped into, you actually dared to bump into me? Hero, this old granny was careless. I'm sorry for dirtying your clothes. I'll bring it home and help you wash it clean," the old granny said pitifully. Yi Fei looked at the old granny's strength. She was already so old, yet she had not even broken through to Fighter 3 layer. In a chaotic area like the chaotic Star City, where martial saints were everywhere, she was simply at the bottom. The old granny's misfortune caused a portion of the cultivators passing by to feel a trace of sympathy. What's wrong with this old granny? Selling firewood is one thing, but she actually bumped into someone. Sigh, the old granny is getting old. It's inevitable that her vision is blurry. As for this person, isn't it just dirtying his clothes? He should just wash it clean. Why did he have to hit her? What's wrong? You want to fight for justice? If you have the guts, go ahead. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. That person is a Martial Saint 2 layer expert. Of all the people that the old granny could have bumped into, she actually bumped into such an expert. She's lucky that she didn't die. Some people coldly mocked. Not only were they not sympathetic to the old granny's misfortune, they were even watching with great interest. They were just short of applauding and cheering for the luxuriously dressed youth to be more ruthless so that they could have more fun. Seeming to understand everyone's expectations, When the luxuriously dressed youth heard the old granny's words, he did not even think and gave the old granny a heavy slap. He slapped her so hard that a bloody tooth fell to the ground. The luxuriously dressed youth proudly pointed at the old granny and scolded, "Old thing, Scram. Your hands are so dirty. Are you worthy of washing my clothes? Even if I were to capture you and bring you back to my residence to be a maid, I would still find you too old and useless." Pooh! After slapping her, the luxuriously dressed youth was about to spit a mouthful of phlegm at the old granny's face. The surrounding people were still watching coldly. Some of them could not help but applaud and cheer for this exciting moment. A portion of the people who sympathized with the old granny, after feeling the strength of the martial Saint-Tu layer, either chose to remain silent or quickly leave with their heads lowered. Chapter 351. It is hard to be a good person. Only now did Yi Fei realize just how chaotic and cruel the chaotic Star City was. In this place, the strong had everything and could do whatever they wanted. As for the weak, they were just like the old granny who had been beaten up on the ground. They couldn't even maintain the most basic dignity. Yi Fei could not bear to watch any longer. Just as the well-dressed young man was about to continue humiliating the old woman, Yi Fei's figure flashed, and he quickly passed through the crowd. He grabbed the old woman and flashed to the side. At the same time, he infused his true yuan into the old woman's body and healed the bruises on her face. The well-dressed young man could only spit on the ground. Those who did not watch the show sighed in disappointment. The well-dressed young man also felt his face burning. He glared at Yi Fei and shouted, "Brat, who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Do you know who I am? Then do you know who I am?" Yi Fei stared coldly at the well-dressed young man in front of him. The well-dressed young man felt as if he had been targeted by terrifying vicious beasts. In any case, Yi Fei had also fought his way to where he was today. The difference between him and this spoiled brat who relied on the accumulation of medicinal pills was like the difference between heaven and earth. With just a glare, the well-dressed young man immediately felt guilty. He asked in a panic, Who are you? I don't think we have any grudges." Obviously, he had already seen through Yi Fei's strength. He was clearly a third-level martial honorable. The killing intent that surrounded him was enough to suffocate the well-dressed young man. Apologize to the old woman and then scram. Yi Fei could not be bothered to speak to this good-for-nothing and coldly ordered. The well-dressed young man felt that he had been greatly insulted. He angrily said, "Are you kidding me? You actually want me to apologize to a stinky old woman who sells firewood? You still dare to insult others? Do you think you are high and mighty? Do you think it is fun to trample on others' dignity?" Pah! Yi Fei suddenly rushed forward and viciously slapped the well-dressed young man's face. This slap was too heavy. It was like a mountain had crashed into the well-dressed young man's face. His face was immediately smashed, revealing eerie white bones and broken teeth. Wow! The finely dressed youth screamed as he fell to the ground. Just this one hit from Yi Fei was enough to take away half of his life. He fell to the ground and fainted from the pain. Heavens, the level 2 martial honorable was knocked out by a single slap. This brat is a ruthless one. I wonder which country he is from. He came to the Sea of Constellations to train himself. The crowd of onlookers gasped. Many of them looked at Yi Fei with awe and fear. The random Star City was just like that. Only with strength would one be respected here. Without strength, one would be like an old granny, struggling everywhere. Scram! With Yi Fei's reprimand, the onlookers didn't even dare to say a word. They hurriedly walked away as fast as they could. Soon, the surroundings became empty. There were also 2 fierce-looking cultivators. Seeing that Yi Fei wasn't interested in the unconscious young man, they quickly walked over and brazenly dragged the unconscious young man into a dark alley. Even if the well-dressed young man wasn't killed, he wouldn't be able to keep his belongings. Seeing this, Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. This person deserved to be unlucky. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yi Fei turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, the old granny finally reacted. She gratefully stopped Yi Fei and was about to kneel down to Yi Fei. "Hero, thank you. This old granny thanks you for saving my life." "Granny, what are you doing?" "It's nothing. However, the chaotic Star City isn't a place where you can live. You should find another place and start anew." Seeing the old granny covered in patches despite her advanced age, Yi Fei felt a little sympathy for her. After thinking for a while, he stuffed a handful of spirit crystals into the old granny's hands. The old granny was shocked and hurriedly waved her hands to refuse. Heavens, how can this old granny bear so many spirit crystals? This old granny can't accept it. "Granny, I'm giving it to you. Just take it." Yi Fei forcefully stuffed the spirit crystals into her hands and turned to leave. "Hero, don't go yet. This old granny can't take your things for free. Although this old granny can't help you much, if you want to inquire about some information, I might be able to help." The old granny looked at the spirit crystals in her hands and gratefully grabbed Yi Fei again. "Granny, how did you know I wanted to inquire about information?" Yi Fei had no choice but to stop. At the same time, he was curious. Haha, this kind of thing happens often in the random Star City after living for so long. This old granny is already used to it. "If there's anything you need, just ask and see if this old granny can help," the old granny said. "Is that so? Granny, do you know about Starwood?" Yi Fei asked. Seeing the old granny's eager eyes to repay his kindness, he couldn't bear to reject her. "Starwood? So this is what you're looking for. What a coincidence. I've secretly hidden some in my backyard. Hero, please follow me. I'm willing to give you those things," the old granny said happily. She even pulled Yi Fei's clothes and walked out of the city. Yi Fei was a little confused. For what the old granny said, Starwood seemed to be very ordinary. Why did the old granny's tone sound so solemn? However, he didn't have time to think too much. Facing the tugging of an old granny who was only a fighter 3 Dan, Yi Fei couldn't overreact. He thought to himself that since this old granny was just an ordinary person, he wouldn't lose anything by going over to take a look regardless of whether what she said was true or false. With this mentality, Yi Fei didn't mind and followed the old granny out of the city. However, after walking for more than 2 hours, they still hadn't reached the old granny's place. "Granny, where do you live?" Yi Fei started to feel a little confused. "Up ahead. It's just up ahead. The valley over there is our village. There's a big patch of starwood behind the village. Hero, you can have as much as you want." The old granny walked as if she was flying. She led the way in front. At this moment, Yi Fei saw that there were many thatched huts in the valley. He didn't think too much about it and followed her to the entrance of the village. The old granny walked even faster. She even called out to the people inside. "Housekeeper, there are guests. Come out quickly and receive them." Indeed, more than 10 villagers walked out from the valley. They were all dressed as hunters, but the aura they gave off was completely different from that of hunters. They were all martial revered experts. The leader was a bald old man who was a level 8 martial revered expert. Hearing the old granny's voice, the old man was the first to shout impatiently. "Old granny, what are you shouting for? Isn't he just a hedonistic son of a rich family? Who is this person? Didn't we tell you to lure a fat sheep over? Who told you to bring a poor kid over?" At this moment, the old granny quickly walked into the middle of the group. She hugged the bald old man's arm and pointed at Yi Fei. Her amiable face had already turned cold and bitter as she said, "This old granny was about to succeed. Who knew that this kid would meddle in other people's business and let a fat sheep get away?" This old granny wasn't willing to accept this and could only lure him over to kill him. It's the same. Chapter 352. A tiger, not a sheep. Who exactly are you people? What is your motive for luring me here? Yi Fei was not afraid, and his lips curled into a disdainful smile. A mere rank 8 martial honorable dared to treat him like a fat sheep. In Yi Fei's eyes, these people must be tired of living. However, Yi Fei did not attack them directly, as he still needed to find out about the Starwood through them. Even so, Yi Fei's arrogant attitude angered the martial honorable villagers. "Master Qigong, this kid is about to die, but he still seems to be arrogant. Do you want some of us to go up and bleed him and remove some of his body parts? The dozen or so aboriginals stared at Yi Fei with bloodshot eyes. Their gazes were not fixed on a person, but on a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As they released their killing intent, the peaceful village suddenly became filled with a bloody aura. Even Yi Fei couldn't help being moved by it. How many people have you killed here? Not many. In the past 3 years, we've killed at least 100 martial honorables. As for the martial ancestor trash below martial honorables, I don't have a good memory, so I'm too lazy to count them. The old granny revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth and smiled happily. Yi Fei felt a chill run down his spine. In 3 years, they had killed over 100 martial honorables. It was obvious how cruel these people were. Resisting the urge to attack, Yi Fei continued to ask, "We have no grudges. Are you trying to kill me for money or for other reasons? Kid, are you trying to find out more about us?" The rank 8 martial honorable finally opened his mouth and stared coldly at Yi Fei. "Since there are so many of you, I'm already dead. Why don't you let me die knowing everything?" Yi Fei put on a helpless expression and shrugged his shoulders. Seeing that Yi Fei was still so calm, the old granny snorted. "This kid is a little strange. He is the first one to be so calm in this place. He is stupid but bold. There are so many of us. Are you afraid that he will grow wings and fly away?" As they spoke, the villagers laughed evilly and surrounded Yi Fei. As for Yi Fei's rank 3 martial honorable cultivation, they did not care. After all, there were also martial honorables, and the old man leading them was at the peak of rank 8 martial honorable. What surprised Yi Fei the most was the rank 3 martial honorable. The old granny's aura suddenly changed from martial honorable to rank 3 martial honorable. As if she had noticed Yi Fei's gaze, the old granny laughed sinisterly. You are very surprised, aren't you? I love to see such expressions on your faces. Young man, don't worry. Seeing that you respect me, I will let you die knowing everything. Of course, I'm not lying to you. We do have a ship made of starwood here. Unfortunately, you will not have the fortune to enjoy it. I will use your flesh and blood to mature the blood bodhi. The blood bodhi is the key to breaking through to the martial king realm. Do you understand now? Blood bodhi? A treasure that could allow one to break through to the martial king realm. It seemed that there were indeed many treasures in this sea of constellations. Yi Fei's eyes immediately lit up. He smiled at the old granny and said, "Old granny, thank you for your reminder. This blood bodhi is very useful to me. If you give it to me, I will consider leaving your corpses intact." The old granny was stunned when she heard this. The other mountain villagers were laughing so hard that tears flew out of their eyes. The rank 8 martial honorable also laughed, but it was a cold and contemptuous laugh. So this brat is a daring fool. It's a pity that he shouldn't have come here. Everyone who comes here will become fertilizer for the blood bodhi. Kill him. How dare he say that we will leave his corpse intact? Damn it, when we started killing people, you were still drinking milk. The 10 martial honorable mountain villagers were all enraged by Yi Fei's arrogant words. They quickly formed a combined attack formation. 10 martial honorables attacked at the same time. Even a rank 8 martial honorable might not be able to withstand such a formation, let alone a rank 3 martial honorable. Just the combined pressure of 10 martial honorables was enough to suffocate a person. However, Yi Fei's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. Faced with their attacks, Yi Fei did not advance or retreat. He stood his ground and activated the war demon's golden body. A blazing golden light covered Yi Fei's body, making it seem as if Yi Fei had put on a golden armor. While he blocked the torrential rain of attacks, Yi Fei's eyes suddenly locked onto one of the weakest martial honorables. Sacred martial art, Sky Demon Kill. Yi Fei waved his fist and threw out a black demonic fist the size of a millstone. The power of a sacred martial art was not something that an ordinary rank 1 martial honorable could withstand. The combined attack formation of 10 martial honorables was instantly destroyed by Yi Fei's attack. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe that the fat sheep in front of them had the terrifying strength to fight against 10 people alone. How is this a fat sheep? He was clearly a ferocious tiger that ate people without spitting out their bones. The rank 8 martial honorable's eyes widened in shock. Not good. That's the sky demon kill. Could he be a true disciple of the heavenly Yin religion? Stinky woman, is your brain damaged? There are so many fat sheep and you don't want to catch them. Why did you catch a true disciple of the heavenly Yin religion? Seventh Master, I also don't know. He is a true disciple of the heavenly Yin religion. What should we do? Should we let him go? Seeing Yi Fei's terrifying strength, the old granny's malevolent face was filled with fear. The old granny was so angry that she kicked her on the spot. You idiot. The blood Bodhi is the symbol of our blood demon sect. If we let him go, wouldn't the heavenly Yin religion know that our blood demon sect is secretly expanding our influence in the northern region? We can't care about that anymore. Attack with all your strength and kill him. Seeing that his subordinates were no match for Yi Fei, the old granny was filled with killing intent and prepared to join the battle. Yi Fei's heart instantly thumped. After all, the old granny was a rank 8 martial honorable. If he joined forces with the rank 1 and rank 2 martial honorables, he would be the one to be killed. Kill. Sky Demon 100 split kill. Yi Fei immediately became ruthless. Relying on the rank 3 war demon golden body, he could already block the attacks of the martial honorables. Yi Fei charged forward and suddenly took the initiative to charge into the encirclement of the martial honorables. The martial honorables rejoiced and secretly cursed Yi Fei for being an idiot. He was courting death. At the same time, they used all their strength to attack Yi Fei's vital points. Boom, boom, boom. Unsurprisingly, the attacks of the rank 1 and rank 2 martial honorables could not even break through the defense of the war demon golden body. Instead, Yi Fei took the opportunity to charge into the crowd and start massacre. Sky Demon 100 split kill. Yi Fei threw out a huge demonic fist. Suddenly, the demonic fist exploded in the air and formed black bone spikes that were even more terrifying than the blood demon spikes. They swept out in all directions. The 7 or 8 martial honorable mountain people could only watch helplessly as their bodies were pierced by the black light and fell to the ground like mud. The remaining people were so frightened that they quickly retreated, desperately trying to escape back to the old man's side. Chapter 353. Blood Bodhi, Jr., you're courting death. Even your sect leader, Nangong Shun, doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of my blood demon sect. When the old man saw that more than half of his subordinates had been killed by Yi Fei, he was so angry that his eyes turned red. He immediately executed a strange blood-red palm technique and ruthlessly slammed it towards Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei fearlessly went up and used the heavenly demon kill to clash with the old man's palm. The old man revealed a sinister smile as his large palm grabbed onto Yi Fei's demonic fist. With a forceful shake, the heavenly demon kill was completely destroyed. Yi Fei couldn't help but vomit blood as he retreated a few steps. The battle demon golden body shattered into pieces. It's only the minor completion heavenly demon kill. In front of my blood palm, your heavenly insect's martial arts are just a joke. The old man was proud of himself as he looked down at Yi Fei and mocked him. The attack of a rank 8 martial honorable was indeed terrifying. After being hit by the palm, Yi Fei felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. With a thought, he communicated with the immortal sword soul in his body and instantly healed himself. Boom! Yi Fei's injuries instantly healed, and the battle demon golden body protected Yi Fei once again. After wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth and patting the dust off his body, Yi Fei acted as if nothing had happened as he continued to walk forward and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not from the heavenly insect. However, you have successfully angered me, so I've decided to take your lives." What? You're not from the heavenly insect? How do you know the heavenly insect's true martial arts? No, you're fine after being hit by my palm. The old man's proud face was suddenly filled with shock. However, before he could understand what was going on, Yi Fei grinned. The phoenix blood sword instantly appeared in his hand, and a large fiery figure, carrying Yi Fei's anger and killing intent, formed a large fiery sword and suddenly slashed forward. Great fear instantly appeared on the old man's face. Not good. That's the embryo of a sacred artifact. How can this be? Who are you? How can you have such a weapon? The old man retreated in fear. At the same time, the blood palm was like a blood screen that tried to block the phoenix blood sword. However, Yi Fei's sword was too fast and powerful. The fiery sword shadow tore through the blood screen, and in the blink of an eye, it killed the old man and burned him into 2 pieces. Oh my God, that sword is too terrifying. Even a rank 8 martial honorable elder was killed in 1 strike. Let's run. The remaining experts of the blood demon sect were so scared that their faces turned pale. They quickly turned around and tried to escape. At this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped them. Yi Fei brandished the phoenix blood sword and used the heaven-burying style to imprison them. At the same time, the phoenix blood sword's divine flame from beyond the heavens had already burned their bodies. These experts were all burned to ashes and fell to the ground. S2 test Yi test body. Yi Fei turned his head and discovered that the cunning old woman was no longer there. She must have taken advantage of the chaos to escape. He could not help but feel a little regretful. However, he did not think too much about it and quickly plundered these people. Yi Fei could not help but curse. What are you doing? You are experts of the blood demon sect, and you don't even have a space bag. After cursing, Yi Fei was still unwilling to give up. He simply rushed into the thatched huts and quickly took a look. However, he did not find anything either. Secretly cursing a group of poor people, Yi Fei could only try his luck. He walked into the bamboo forest behind the thatched huts and slashed the space secret realm in front of him. When he walked in to take a look, Yi Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. The ground was filled with corpses. There were several hundred corpses of martial honorables and martial ancestor realm experts. They were piled up into a terrifying mountain of corpses. On top of the mountain of corpses, there was a strange grapevine. It was luxuriant and had a blood-red crystalline fruit hanging from it. Yi Fei knew that this was the so-called blood bodhi. It was said that it was the key to breaking through to the martial king realm. Even though this thing was a little disgusting, it was still a treasure. Yi Fei endured the surging blood aura and flew over. He did not care whether the blood bodhi had ripened or not. With a snap of his sword, he chopped it down and tossed it into his space bag. After that, Yi Fei began to set the place on fire. He shook his head at the mountain of corpses and said, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Everyone, rest in peace." Boom! Yi Fei walked out of the secret realm amidst the flames. He rushed into the sky and circled around the village. Finally, Yi Fei's eyes lit up. He saw a ship with a dragon's head hanging from the cliff behind the village. The hull of the ship shone with the luster of the sea of constellations and emitted specks of starlight. This thing should be the wooden ship made of starwood. As long as I ride it, I will be able to cross the sea of constellations and enter the island in the middle. Yi Fei raised his head and looked. He could vaguely see the outline of a tall mountain in the middle of the sea of constellations. However, this mountain was neatly cut in half from the middle. This was clearly the mark of a great battle between peerless experts. Yi Fei understood that the demon emperor's slumbering primordial spirit and the spirit-devouring sword should be somewhere on that island. In order to defeat the heavenly Een cult, I must rely on the demon emperor's strength. And in order to break through to the martial king realm, I must think of a way to rescue the demon emperor. Thinking of this, Yi Fei felt very depressed. The demon emperor had only given him 3 layers of the demon emperor scripture. At most, it could allow Yi Fei to cultivate to the martial sovereign realm. That was the limit. If Yi Fei wanted to break through to the martial king realm, there were only 2 ways. He could either find a new cultivation technique to cultivate, or obtain the latter part of the demon emperor scripture. However, After tasting the powerful defense of the war demon's golden body, Yi Fei honestly didn't care about ordinary cultivation techniques. I hope this cheap master of the Demon Emperor is still reliable. If he burns the bridge after crossing the river, that would be depressing. Feeling a little anxious, Yi Fei grabbed the dragon's headship made of star wood and threw it into the sea. Then he stood on it and quickly rowed towards the island in the middle of the sea. It wasn't that Yi Fei didn't want to fly over directly, but when he reached the sea, Yi Fei realized that the Sea of Constellations was similar to the Seven Treasure Forest. There was a mysterious energy circulating around it. No cultivator could fly here, not even martial kings. This was also the origin of the Sea of Constellations name. After all, if one couldn't fly, many of the techniques a cultivator could use would be restricted. The risk of dying would also greatly increase. When he entered the Sea of Constellations, Yi Fei even plucked a strand of hair out of curiosity and threw it into the water. In the end, that strand of hair immediately became as heavy as a rock and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Yi Fei felt his hair stand on end when he saw this. The Sea of Constellations is indeed strange. If one encounters a shipwreck along the way and can't fly, then even a martial king expert would drown in the sea. Yi Fei couldn't help but become even more cautious. Chapter 354. Danger lurks everywhere at the same time as Yi Fei left. The old woman who escaped had brought another group of experts from the Blood Demon sect to the mountain village from afar. The leader of the group was a martial king expert. He was wearing a scarlet cloak and had an imposing aura. However, even such an expert couldn't help but roar at the old woman when he arrived at the mountain village. Look at what you've done. If anything happens to the blood Bodhi, you won't be able to atone for your sins, even if you die. Old Man Bai's face was filled with rage. Look at what you've done. Lord Protector, please spare my life. This old woman also didn't know that this brat is a successor disciple of the Heavenly Een cult. I suspect that the Heavenly Een cult is deliberately causing trouble for us this time. The old woman tried her best to explain herself. However, her companions who rushed over gave her the heaviest blow. The Blood Demon sect experts who rushed into the secret realm to put out the fire and check on the Blood Bodhi soon brought back bad news. Lord Protector, this is bad. The core disciple of the Heavenly Een sect not only destroyed our stronghold, he also destroyed the Blood Vine and took away the Blood Bodhi. An expert of the Blood Demon sect knelt on the ground in tears, holding the burnt vine with both hands. Roar! Seeing the withered vine, the Blood Demon sect protector couldn't help but let out a terrifying roar. The roar shook the entire mountain forest. Damned Heavenly Een sect, damn brat, and damned you. If you didn't bring that brat here, he wouldn't have destroyed our stronghold and taken away the Blood Bodhi. Do you know how precious the Blood Bodhi is? The Blood Demon sect protector stared at the old woman beside him with an incomparably cruel gaze. The old woman suddenly understood something. She was so frightened that she turned around and tried to escape. Lord Protector, please spare my life. I recognize that brat. I can take you to him. Puff! Before the old woman could finish speaking, a hand had already plunged deep into her brain. What was even stranger was, after the hand entered her brain, the old woman's memories floated into the air like a projection. She recalled every scene of her meeting with Yi Fei. The other experts of the Blood Demon sect were so frightened that they knelt on the ground one after another. Lord Protector, please spare our lives. This has nothing to do with us. Humph! All of you get up. This protector is fair in his rewards and punishments. This time, we've received orders to come to the northern region to develop. The Blood Bodhi is the most important. As long as we have an endless supply of Blood Bodhi, we'll be able to produce a large number of martial kings. Such a treasure must not fall into the hands of others, the Blood Demon sect protector said coldly. The large group of Blood Demon sect experts who had just stood up fell to their knees and roared, "Yes, Lord Protector, we will take the ship out to sea and chase after that person." Since the old woman had used the starwood to lure Yi Fei here, the people of the Blood Demon sect didn't even need to guess. They knew that Yi Fei must have fled to the Sea of Constellations. Immediately, under the leadership of the Blood Demon sect's protector, a total of a dozen or so experts of the Blood Demon sect gathered at the cliff where Yi Fei had fled. Realizing that the Dragon Head ship had indeed disappeared, the Blood Demon sect's protector revealed a cold smile. As expected, this person fled to the Sea of Constellations. Unfortunately, he will never know the greatness of our Blood Demon sect. Yes, long live the Blood Demon sect. Once the Blood Demon appears, it will last for thousands of years. Who can stand against it? The experts of the Blood Demon sect shouted together, their expressions fanatical. The Blood Demon sect protector nodded coldly. Suddenly, he emitted a strange sound wave from his mouth. As the sound wave spread out, the sea below the cliff began to churn. One after another, ugly monsters that resembled both humans and mermen appeared on the surface of the sea. However, these monsters had lifeless eyes, as if they didn't have souls. Go, people of the Blood Demon sect. Offer your souls to the Blood Demon ancestor. Let the light of the Blood Demon guide you. Kill anyone who dares to oppose you. Long live the Blood Demon sect. For the Blood Demon, we are willing to sacrifice everything. The experts of the Blood Demon sect shouted once more. Then a dozen or so people sat cross-legged on the ground, forming a strange circle. Every one of them bit their fingers and quickly drew a strange symbol on their foreheads. Then, something incomparably strange happened. As the symbol formed, a dozen or so weak spiritual consciousnesses turned into pillars of light and shot towards the foreheads of the dozen or so ugly monsters floating below. Roar, roar, roar. These monsters immediately let out human roars. Their eyes were filled with madness and reverence as they looked at the Blood Demon sect protector above the cliff. Go! Now that you have a new body, even without the starwood, you can still move freely in the Sea of Constellations. Catch up to that person and kill him. Then, bring back the blood bodhi from his body. Yes, Lord Protector. Boom. Huge waves splashed across the sea. These monsters dived into the water and quickly swam towards the center of the sea. Only the Blood Demon sect's protector remained on the cliff. He sat cross-legged as well. Not only did he protect his subordinates, but he also seemed to be controlling the monsters that dived into the sea. He was also trying to determine the direction in which Yi Fei escaped. In the middle of the sea, Yi Fei was rowing a boat when he suddenly felt his eyelids twitch. He had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall him. This was the first time he felt such a strong sense of danger. Yi Fei was immediately shocked. Strange. I was fine just now. Why do I have this feeling? And it's so strong, too. Could this be the so-called premonition of danger? Back in the Sacred Land, Yi Fei had heard Elder Sword Maniac mention that the stronger a person's consciousness was, the more sensitive they would be to certain dangers. And Yi Fei just so happened to have a divine master-level consciousness in his mind. Not only did it allow Yi Fei's consciousness to become extremely sensitive, but it wasn't strange for him to feel some kind of danger at this moment. Suddenly, Yi Fei's expression turned serious. He stopped rowing the boat and quickly stood up. He held the Phoenix blood sword in his hand and looked around. In the vast sea, other than the strange water that flickered with the light of the stars, Yi Fei didn't see anything else. Not to mention an enemy. He didn't even see the shadow of a ship. But that premonition of danger just now was so clear. Yi Fei definitely didn't believe that he was wrong. Since there wasn't anything above the sea, could it be below the sea? Whoosh! As if he thought of something, Yi Fei quickly lowered his head and stared at the surrounding water. Without making a sound, Yi Fei saw that there seemed to be something in the water not too far away. It seemed to be quickly approaching the Dragon Head boat. After taking a closer look, Yi Fei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There's actually someone under the water. Didn't they say that in the Sea of Constellations, aside from the starwood, everything else, including a feather, would immediately sink to the bottom? Could these things be monsters unique to the Sea of Constellations? Who cares what they are? Judging by their movements, they definitely don't come with good intentions. Die. Without hesitation, Yi Fei quickly attacked the moment he discovered the underwater monster. Chapter 355. Deep-Sea Demon Sharkbone. The Phoenix Blood Sword was the embryo of a sacred artifact, after all. Its power was unparalleled. Even in the sea, the Phoenix Blood Sword's power was not weakened by much. Under the surface of the water, the seawater exploded, turning into water that was even heavier than rocks, splashing in all directions. The monster that rushed the fastest and tried to approach the Dragonhead ship was quickly blasted out of the water by Yi Fei's sword. Under the restrictions in the sky, it fell back into the sea like a meteor. If an ordinary martial artist fell into the sea of constellations like this, they would have sunk to the bottom of the sea and drowned. However, that monster was very special. When its body fell into the sea, Yi Fei actually saw a huge bony fishtail that slapped the surface of the water, allowing the monster to stand in the sea. Mermaids? But this is really too ugly. After Yi Fei recovered from his shock, he immediately had the urge to vomit. If these things were the mermaids of the martial world, then his childhood had been destroyed too badly. Oomph. Which true disciple of the Heavenly Een sect are you? You still dare to play dumb in front of me? I don't believe that those old bastards of the Heavenly Een sect haven't mentioned my Blood Demon sect's deep-sea demon shark to you. The voice of the Blood Demon sect's protector came from the mouth of one of the monsters. It turned out that these monsters were all called deep-sea demon sharks. They were a type of demonic beast under the control of the Blood Demon sect. They were neither human nor beast, but they were powerful and had a savage personality. After the Blood Demon sect discovered them, they cultivated these deep-sea demon sharks into a special killing tool. Not only could they easily command these monsters to kill, at the same time, they could also use a secret technique to fuse a part of their soul with the deep-sea demon shark to unleash even greater power. This time, the Blood Demon sect had only brought two things with them to the northern region. The first was the precious blood bodhi that could mass-produce martial king experts. The second was this terrifying deep-sea demon shark. This was because the Blood Demon sect had discovered by chance that even though the Sea of Constellations had a mysterious restriction placed by an ancient sect, it only seemed to be effective against martial artists and inanimate objects. Instead, they were like monsters that lived in the water. For example, the deep-sea demonic shark could swim freely in the water without being affected by the restrictions. It was also because of this that the Blood Demon sect decided to use the Sea of Constellations as their first stronghold after entering the northern domain. They sent out experts to lure martial paragons into the mountain villages to kill them and steal their treasures. At the same time, they also provided blood for the blood bodhi to grow. On the other hand, the Blood Demon sect thought that it would be inconvenient to make a move against some powerful martial artists on land. Thus, they decided to take advantage of the fact that martial artists who strayed from the group and entered the Sea of Constellations were unable to fly or drown. They sent out deep-sea demon sharks to rob and kill. Although Yi Fei did not know the origin of the deep-sea demonic mermaids, when he heard that these monsters called themselves the Blood Demon sect, he more or less understood their purpose. Needless to say, it was definitely the old woman who escaped. She must have called for reinforcements and discovered that he had destroyed their stronghold, the earth-walking blood bodhi, so she came to take revenge. What made Yi Fei not know whether to laugh or cry was that these people seemed to think that he was a true disciple of the Heavenly Een cult. However, Yi Fei would not explain such a misunderstanding. Instead, he immediately put on a brave front and said sternly, "Blood Demon sect, since you know that I am a true disciple of the Heavenly Een cult, you still dare to harm me. Are you not afraid of starting a war between our two sects? Ha! Is the Heavenly Een cult that great? Whether it's you or the Taishian sacred ground, in the eyes of the Blood Demon sect, you are only a second-rate force." The protector of the Blood Demon sect laughed wildly. He seemed to have sensed that Yi Fei was already trapped on the ship. He was not in a hurry to kill Yi Fei. Instead, he tried to recruit Yi Fei like a cat playing with a mouse. Kid, I see that you are young and you have broken through to the rank 3 martial honorable realm. You are considered a talent. It is a pity that you joined the heavenly Yin cult. Hand over the blood bodhi and swear a great heart demon oath that you will be loyal to the great blood demon forever. If you do, I can make an exception and spare your life. Yi Fei pointed at the surrounding demonic mermaids and said with disdain, "The blood demons you speak of are these ugly monsters that are neither human nor ghost. If you want me to become like them, I would rather jump into the sea and kill myself. Roar! Anyone who insults the blood demon must die. Kid, you have guts. You have successfully angered me. Bite him to pieces and take back the blood bodhi." The protector of the blood demon sect was enraged. Obviously, the 2 words blood demon had a special meaning to these people. Following his words, all the demonic mermaids aimed at Yi Fei and opened their bloody mouths. Countless arrows of blood were spat out from the mouths of the demonic mermaids, and there was a faint stench. Just by smelling it, Yi Fei almost vomited. "You monsters, how long has it been since you last rinsed your mouths? You have guts too. You have successfully angered me. Kill. Heaven-burying sword." Yi Fei did not dare to hold back. After all, the sea was not like the land. If he was not careful, the ship would be destroyed and he would die. Of course, Yi Fei would not give the demonic mermaids the chance to destroy the ship. The Phoenix blood sword carried a terrifying pressure as Yi Fei slowly thrust it out. In an instant, it was aimed at the self-proclaimed protector of the demonic mermaids. The terrifying sword light caused the surrounding seawater to solidify. Only Yi Fei's sword pierced through the seawater and pierced through the demonic mermaids' bodies. Rip! The Phoenix blood sword tore a long gash in the demonic mermaids' bodies. Blood that was even more smelly than before drifted in the air. Yi Fei also succeeded in vomiting from a stench. After being struck by the sword, the demonic mermaids actually did not die. Instead, they quickly retreated in fear. Their faces were filled with disbelief. "Sacred artifact embryo? No wonder you were able to kill so many of my subordinates. You actually have such a treasure in your hands. You're definitely not a true disciple of the heavenly insect. Those true disciples would also not be able to possess such a treasure sword. Who exactly are you?" The blood demon sect's protector finally realized that there was something wrong with Yi Fei's identity. As he retreated, he secretly commanded the remaining demonic mermaids to charge at Yi Fei with all their might. Yi Fei's face also revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Ever since he obtained the Phoenix blood sword, killing martial saints had always been as easy as chopping melons and chopping vegetables. But now he actually failed to kill the monster in front of him with a single sword strike. This was the first time. Yi Fei's face suddenly sank. Only now did he know that the blood demon sect was not bragging. This demonic Tao Holy Land was truly very powerful. An intense battle immediately erupted on the surface of the sea. Yi Fei held the Phoenix blood sword in his hand and constantly fought with the demonic mermaids that were trying to approach him. Unfortunately, the skin and flesh of these demonic mermaids were too thick. They could even use the surrounding seawater to strengthen their body's defense. The might of the Phoenix blood sword was also greatly weakened by these demonic mermaids. Although Yi Fei was able to injure these demonic mermaids with every sword strike, as long as he did not stab at their vitals, it would be very difficult for him to kill these monsters. Affected by the battle, the bow and body of the dragon head ship were quickly shattered by the attacks of these demonic mermaids. Although Yi Fei had also furiously killed 2 demonic mermaids, he knew that if the battle continued, he would not be able to kill all of these demonic mermaids. These demonic mermaids would be able to turn the deck of the ship he was standing on into sawdust before he could kill them all. Chapter 356. Ship destroyed, man dead. He had to change this passive situation. Devouring sword intent. In the sea of constellations, there was no way to retreat. The only thing Yi Fei could do was to use every method at his disposal to kill or repel these monsters from the Blood Demon sect. Haha, 50% sword intent and the embryo of a sacred artifact. This lord is quite lucky to have metagenius. Killing geniuses is my greatest hobby. The Blood Demon sect protector let out a sinister laugh, as if he could already see Yi Fei's ship being destroyed and his people dying an unnatural death. Charge forward and destroy his ship. Make sure he has nowhere to hide. Then, this lord will use the cruelest method to torture him to death. After all, this was the Sea of Constellations. It was a dangerous place where even a strand of hair would quickly sink to the bottom. The Blood Demon sect's protector's method was very simple, and that was to first think of a way to make Yi Fei lose his footing. As long as Yi Fei fell into this incredibly heavy sea, then even a martial king expert wouldn't be able to resist. Ha! The Blood Demon has no limits. As long as he falls into the Sea of Constellations, even if he's a martial king, only death awaits him. The other deep-sea demon sharks chimed in and laughed maniacally. Only now did Yi Fei realize to his surprise that these creatures weren't as simple as monsters. They also possessed human intelligence. The Blood Demon sect's methods were inconceivable to Yi Fei. Boom, boom, boom. These deep-sea demon sharks cooperated with each other and continuously raised wave after wave, attempting to topple the last piece of the ship that Yi Fei was standing on. At the same time, they shot out large amounts of water arrows from their mouths. These water arrows eventually formed a torrential waterfall, crashing down on Yi Fei. Every deep-sea demon shark had a sinister and treacherous expression on their faces. Yi Fei was definitely not the first person they killed in the Sea of Constellations. Before Yi Fei, there had been a rank 10 martial honorable realm expert who had been targeted by the Blood Demon sect after being left alone. At that time, the Blood Demon sect protector had used the same method as now. First, he had used the demon sharks controlled by the Blood Demon sect to harass the other party, not giving the other party time to protect the ship. Then, he had destroyed the other party's ship bit by bit. As long as the other party lost their footing and fell into the sea, it would be the world of the demon mermaids and sharks. It was only now that Yi Fei realized just how dangerous the Sea of Constellations was. No wonder Jing Wushou was so shocked when he heard that he was coming here. However, looking at the densely packed water arrows that came crashing down on him like a waterfall, Yi Fei's mouth suddenly flashed with an undetectable sneer. However, if you think that this little bit of attack can disturb me, then you are gravely mistaken. The rank 3 battle demon golden body had already given Yi Fei the strength to resist the attacks of a martial honorable realm expert. Yi Fei also realized that although these demon mermaids and sharks looked strange, their strength was not very strong. Even the self-proclaimed protector of the Blood Demon sect could only display the strength of a rank 2 martial honorable realm expert. The only difficult thing about these demon mermaids and sharks was that they used the water of the Sea of Constellations to form an armor of water. If it weren't for this armor, Yi Fei would have killed them all with a single slash of his sword. Bang, bang, bang. The strong defense of the golden body allowed Yi Fei to ignore the large number of water arrows around him. His eyes only stared at the surface of the water nearby. Finally, he found a fleeting opportunity. As he was too confident in the water arrows just now, all the demon mermaids, including the protector of the Blood Demon sect, had already attacked him personally. More than 10 demon mermaids and sharks formed a circular wave and rushed towards Yi Fei with all their might. They were trying to destroy the starwood under Yi Fei's feet. At this moment, Yi Fei also moved. The devouring space that was originally floating above his head and resisting the impact of the wave was suddenly grabbed by Yi Fei. He raised it up high and formed a pitch-black sword-shaped spatial crack. Kill. Heaven devouring sword. Let's see if your scales are harder or my sword is harder. The black light engulfed the sky and shattered all light. Yi Fei held the spatial crack in his hand and stepped on the starwood. His body was already spinning like a whirlwind. Boom, Boom, boom. The waves soared into the sky. With the deck as the center, Yi Fei used the heaven-devouring style and forcefully tore open a terrifying spatial crack in the sea of constellations. The protector of the blood demon sect, who was the fastest, and the surrounding demon mermaids and sharks were suddenly horrified to find that the sturdy bodies of the demon mermaids and sharks were slowly being sliced apart by the sword light like the surrounding seawater. No, every demon mermaid is the incarnation of the blood demon. He actually broke the defense of the demon mermaids and sharks. This is unforgivable. I want you to die with the demon mermaids. The vitality of the deep-sea demon mermaids and sharks was beyond imagination. Even after their bodies were sliced in half, they were still alive. They floated on the surface of the sea and painfully struggled and screamed. The protector of the blood demon sect, who was unwilling to admit defeat, endured the pain and suddenly uttered a series of strange sounds. Hearing these sounds, Yi Fei did not feel anything. However, the demon mermaids and sharks that were still struggling in pain suddenly revealed horrified expressions. Yi Fei's expression also became flustered for the first time. He could tell at a glance that these demon mermaids and sharks were about to self-destruct, just like the corpse explosion technique that the Heavenly Ean sect often used. However, the corpse explosion technique of the Heavenly Ean sect used corpses. The blood demon sect was even more cruel. They directly used living people to explode their corpses. Not good. I have to leave quickly. The self-destruction of more than 10 martial honorables is enough to blast the Starwood into smithereens. Yi Fei's face darkened. He used his fastest speed to row the boat and tried to escape from the whirlpool. More than 10 demon mermaids and sharks also struggled with all their might and begged the protector of the blood demon sect, Lord Protector, please spare our lives. We don't want to die. Shut up. It is our greatest honor to be able to sacrifice our lives for the great blood demon. No matter who you are, you have offended the blood demon sect and taken away the blood bodhi. You are destined to die. Blood demon explosion. Boom. As the last syllable was uttered, more than 10 demon mermaids and sharks that only had half of their bodies left started to self-destruct. Their self-destruction formed a chain of shock waves that gathered on the body of the blood demon sect's protector. Long live the blood demon. In the end, as the blood demon sect protector cheered wildly, the bodies of the demon mermaids and sharks under his control also exploded. On the spot, the calm sea of constellations was blasted into a huge wave that was dozens of meters tall. It formed a huge mountain of water and crashed down on the small boat that Yi Fei was on. Seeing this scene, Yi Fei took in a deep breath. Then he felt his limbs turn cold. A great fear of death crept into his heart. If he was on land, he would have plenty of methods to avoid this self-destruction. Unfortunately, he was now in the dangerous sea of constellations. Here, cultivators couldn't fly or swim in the sea. If he were to be knocked over by this wave, Yi Fei would instantly sink to the bottom of the sea and drown to his death in this sea of constellations. Damn it! Bury the heavens, hold it in place. At this critical moment, Yi Fei desperately activated the Demon Emperor scripture and released the Bury the Heavens, which had the effect of confinement. He wanted to hold the mountain of water in place. Unfortunately, even the Emperor's sword, which could suppress the heavens and earth, lost its power in the face of this incredibly heavy sea. Chapter 357. Beast Seal Overturning the Sky. Am I going to die? Yi Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale. Not only did he suffer from severe internal injuries, but what was even more frightening was that the starwood beneath his feet was already creaking under the weight of the impact. It was about to collapse. Perhaps one more small wave would shatter the starwood completely, and Yi Fei would lose his last foothold and sink into the sea of corpses. For a moment, Yi Fei was filled with confusion and fear. No one was unafraid of death. Even the ancient great emperors could not avoid it, let alone Yi Fei. In his heart, he could not help but recall everything he had experienced over the years. He was a young genius, 3 years of gloomy life, and the joy and anger of joining the Tianyan Wufu and the Taishan Holy Land. Brother. Suddenly, an anxious voice filled with joy and sorrow entered Yi Fei's mind. It was Yi Shanshan's voice. Yi Fei, take me with you. I want to go with you. Suddenly, Zhao Yu's pitiful eyes were reflected in Yi Fei's mind. Yi Fei's fearful heart trembled slightly, tingling with pain. Yi Fei, you are the disciple of the Demon Emperor. Are my disciples so weak that you would give up so easily? Suddenly, another loud shout shook Yi Fei's mind. It was a proud and tall figure with his back to Yi Fei. He flicked his sleeves and left. Before Yi Fei could explain further, the figure suddenly turned back into Yi Shanshan's frail and trembling petite body. She tried her best to turn around, but a hand forcefully pulled her away and left. Yi Fei suddenly felt as if there was a flame of fury burning in his heart. Sister. Yi Fei tried to reach out and grab Yi Shanshan, who was leaving. Yi Shanshan turned around, but what he saw was Zhao Yu's mournful expression. Yi Fei, farewell. No, I'm not dead yet. Why do we have to part forever? Even if I have to die, please let me see my sister for the last time. Even if I have to die, please let me complete the last task of Demon Emperor. I promised Zhao Yu that I would take her away from the Heavenly Yin cult. I can die, but I can't break my promise. Boom! This thought only flashed through his mind for an instant. At the edge of life and death, Yi Fei finally unleashed his great potential. The huge black hole space once again appeared above Yi Fei's head and was once again grasped by Yi Fei. Sky Destroyer Sword, swallowing sky style. Saint Class Martial Art, Heavenly Demon Kill. Yi Fei brandished his sword with one hand and punched with the other. The boundary between life and death allowed Yi Fei's fist technique to faintly break through a certain limit. The Sky Devil Kill had broken through from novice to small success. Yi Fei's strong desire to live also caused his slaughter fist intent to miraculously break through from 10% to 20%, but it was still useless. Yi Fei's cultivation was still too low. On the other hand, the power of the self-detonation of a dozen martial saints was too strong. The crack created by the heaven-devouring style and the gap created by the demonic fist of the Sky Devil Kill were instantly covered by the enormous wave in front of him. Then, with a tsunami that could shatter mountains and split the earth, it smashed into Yi Fei's body. The starwood beneath his feet was no longer able to withstand the pressure and shattered with a loud bang. Yi Fei felt his feet sink as he lost his last foothold. Perhaps in the next second, he would quickly sink to the bottom of the sea, just like everything else that fell into the sea of constellations, drowning to death. Am I going to die? Sister, Demon Emperor, Zhao Yu, in the end, I still couldn't complete your task. Luo Shi, Wang Bai, brothers, farewell. Old Master Jian, Senior Brother Jing, I have let you down. Yi Fei smiled bitterly and closed his eyes, waiting for the moment to sink to the bottom of the sea. He never imagined that he would survive the pursuit of the Heavenly Yin cult and actually die in a man-made shipwreck. Roar! Just as Yi Fei thought of Wang Bai, the beast mark on Yi Fei's shoulder, which even Yi Fei had almost forgotten, suddenly let out a terrifying roar. That roar was simply too frightening. As soon as it rang out, even the void was torn apart. It was as if an invisible force had slapped down on the enormous waves before them. In an instant, the mountains crumbled and the waves disappeared. The surface of the entire sea of constellations instantly became tranquil, and not a single sound could be heard. If it weren't for the pieces of starwood floating on the surface of the sea, as well as the flesh and blood of the exploding demon mermaids and mermen, no one would believe that a fierce battle had taken place here just a moment ago, and a terrible shipwreck had been triggered. I actually didn't die. Yi Fei stood on the surface of the sea in a daze. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. What was he seeing? The beast mark on his shoulder actually let out a terrifying roar. The terrifying wave that could kill a martial king expert was instantly suppressed. What was even more unbelievable was that Yi Fei was actually still standing on the surface of the sea without any support. Of course, it wasn't completely without support. After all, This was the constellation C of the ominous grounds. Without the support of the starwood, even a martial king expert would drown if they fell into the sea. Then, Yifei couldn't help but lower his head to look at the surface of the sea. As soon as he looked, Yifei was so frightened that he almost cried out. "What's going on? Why are there scales on my feet? It seems like these scales allow me to ignore the seawater and stand directly in it." Out of curiosity, Yifei squatted down and touched them. They felt real to the touch. What made Yifei want to vomit blood was that these scales weren't illusory, nor were they formed by his true essence. They were completely grown out of his body. Yifei's expression became very strange. He wouldn't turn into a monster in the future, would he? Also, what exactly was the beast mark that Wang Bai gave him? He quickly pulled open his clothes and looked at the beast mark tattoo on his shoulder. Yifei really didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. However, he was certain that this beast mark had saved him. Yifei also recalled the words that Wang Bai often said back in the Holy Land. When you're in danger, remember to think of your brother. Or, when you're in danger, remember to call out your brother's name 3 times. Back then, Yifei purely thought that Wang Bai was being narcissistic and even kicked him a few times with Luo Shi. Now that he thought about it, he really was courting death. With the mentality of giving it a try, Yifei couldn't help but be curious. He shouted 3 more times at the sky, "Wang Bai, Wang Bai, Wang Bai." However, there was no movement at all. Only the faint echo of the ripples on the water seemed to be mocking Yifei for doing something stupid out of boredom. Yifei suddenly felt very embarrassed and depressed. If the beast mark was real, then calling out Wang Bai's name was purely nonsense. Damn it. The next time I see this guy, I'll definitely give him a good beating. Yifei's face turned red. Fortunately, no one around saw it. He quickly moved his feet and prepared to leave. The blood bodhi on his body suddenly flew out of Yifei's body by itself. It even emitted a rich bloody light that illuminated the nearby sea. Chapter 358. Astral Body Refinement. Yifei didn't have to guess to know that the powerful blood essence came from the self-destruction of the dozen or so monsters. The blood bodhi was actually able to absorb this blood essence on its own and continue maturing. Yifei couldn't help but cluck his tongue at the strangeness of it. What exactly is this blood bodhi? Can it cultivate on its own? Yifei held the blood bodhi in his hand and examined it carefully. He realized that other than the fact that it looked like a large red fruit, there was nothing special about it all. He wanted to take a bite out of it, but then he remembered that this thing had grown on countless corpses. It was disgusting just looking at it. Yifei gave up on the idea of eating it and decided to keep it with him. When he had the time, he would visit the old Master Jian at Returning Sword Peak and ask him about it. Carefully putting away the blood bodhi, Yifei confirmed that there wasn't even enough star wood for him to stand on. He could only dejectedly walk on the surface of the water. At this time, Yifei also discovered the miraculous effects of the scales on his feet. They seemed to be able to absorb the power of the stars and the sea of constellations and produce a strange buoyancy. This allowed Yifei to walk freely on the surface of the water as if he was walking on land. Although it looked cool, Yifei couldn't help but feel a little worried when he thought about how a perfectly fine human like himself would suddenly grow scales like those of a demonic beast. It seems like I have to find a safe place and carefully study the beast mark on my body. Yifei thought to himself. He was completely unaware that his method of letting the blood bodhi absorb the blood essence in the sea had dealt a heavy blow to the blood demon sect's protectors. The blood demon sect cultivated the very strange Tao of the blood demon. This demonic doubt didn't care about the physical body. What they cared about the most was the blood. The ancient blood demons were even known to be able to regenerate from a single drop of blood as long as their blood didn't dry up. As such, the experts of the blood demon sect fused their souls with their blood. They could even use the strange demonic blood transfusion art to possess the bodies of other species. For example, the deep-sea demonic shark from before was the product of a blood demon sect expert's possession. Originally, The blood demon sect's protectors had planned to sacrifice a portion of their subordinates' blood essence and have them self-detonate. They would first kill Yi Fei, then collect the remnant souls and blood essence of their subordinates and find an opportunity to be reborn. Who would have thought that not only was Yi Fei not dead, but he had also unknowingly allowed the blood Bodhi to absorb all the blood chi in the seawater and completely kill these blood demon sect experts. Wah! When he sensed that his subordinates' remnant soul and blood demon genes had all disappeared, the blood demon church's protector was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of black blood, which corroded a deep pit in the ground. The 16 subordinates, sitting cross-legged around him, all bled from their 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground, completely dead. In addition to the blood Bodhi that Yi Fei had taken away, and a deep-sea demonic shark had also been sacrificed in order to kill Yi Fei. In this battle alone, Yi Fei had almost eradicated the blood demon sect, which had been secretly developing in the northern region. How could the blood demon sect's protector not be enraged? How could he not vomit blood? Roar. The blood demon sect's protector's furious roars could be heard from the entire cliff. Roar, roar, roar. Unforgivable. No matter who you are, no matter what power you have behind you, I will never let you go. A martial king protector had actually been almost wiped out by a junior. How humiliating was this? The furious protector waved his hand and stepped onto a dragon head ship made of starwood, charging furiously into the Sea of Constellations. Walking on the Sea of Constellations was much more difficult than Yi Fei had imagined. Even though he could ignore the strange restrictions of the Sea of Constellations, after walking for about a day, Yi Fei could still feel the omnipresent pressure of the stars. This astral energy was invisible and formless. However, it could form an invisible barrier that prevented cultivators from entering the distant constellation islands. After walking for another day, Yi Fei could only see the outline of Zhongshan Island. He could only helplessly stop. This won't do. Without Starwood, it's too difficult to walk to the island. Or perhaps it's because my strength is too low. Without Starwood, I might not be able to withstand the pressure of the stars if I continue to go deeper. After understanding this, Yi Fei could only stop dejectedly. He then carefully sat cross-legged on the surface of the water. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to maintain his balance like this, but Yi Fei had clearly underestimated the beast mark scale armor on his body. The scale armor flickered with faint ripples of water vapor. It actually formed a whirlpool on the surface of the water, protecting Yi Fei so that he wouldn't lose his balance and fall into the sea. This caused Yi Fei's expression to become even more strange. He almost suspected that he was about to become like those demon sharks, born to live in the water. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Yi Fei's main goal now was to find a way to quickly set foot on the island in the distance. Otherwise, Yi Fei would definitely die of boredom if he continued to be alone on the surface of the sea. At the same time, Yi Fei also had another goal in mind. That was, he hoped to encounter a ship heading to the island. That way, he might be able to hitch a ride and reach the island faster. With this goal in mind, Yi Fei naturally wouldn't continue to suffer on the surface of the sea. Instead, he painfully took out the middle spiritual stones he had on him and worked hard to cultivate. At the same time, he secretly hoped that a ship passing by would discover him. While cultivating, Yi Fei finally had some free time. He carefully studied the beast mark tattoo on his body. Yi Fei still remembered the terrifying, destructive power of the beast mark tattoo when it first appeared. Even the level 10 Martial Honorable Empress Dowager was so scared that she immediately fled. However, the beast mark tattoo now was so ordinary. If it wasn't for the danger of the sea, which had activated the beast mark once again, Yi Fei wouldn't have known that this ancient beast mark tattoo had such a huge hidden potential. Now, Yi Fei tried to sink his consciousness into the beast mark on his shoulder, hoping that he would be able to sense the secret of the beast mark. Unfortunately, there was no result. Aside from the fact that the beast mark tattoo allowed Yi Fei's body to become like a sea beast, allowing him to walk freely on the surface of the water. There was nothing special about it. No, There is something special about the beast mark. It seems to be able to absorb the power of the stars and change my body. Realizing that he was unable to discover the uniqueness of the beast mark with his own strength, Yifei steeled his heart and decided to endure the pain. He fed the undying sword spirit a mid-grade spirit stone. With tears in his eyes, Yifei once again sank his consciousness into looking at the beast mark on his shoulder. Finally, he was able to eat a delicious meal of the undying sword spirit. This time, the undying sword spirit generously raised Yifei's comprehension to an unprecedented level. At the same time, Yifei was finally able to clearly see what the beast mark on his shoulder was. It was actually an ancient word for Yao. The word was majestic and vaguely carried with it a majestic aura like the roar of 10,000 beasts. The moment Yifei sensed the word Yao, he also sensed that the beast mark was faintly emitting a white light. This light was constantly absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from his surroundings, transforming his body. Even the power of the stars that filled the constellation C wasn't spared by the ancient beast mark tattoo. It was also absorbed and refined into Yifei's body. It's actually the power of the stars. No wonder I feel more tired and stressed the more I walk. Yifei's face was filled with depression. He even felt a little worried. The power of the stars was incomparably terrifying. Even the weakest strand of starlight contained power that was said to be more frightening than the attack of a martial saint. Chapter 359. An inexplicable summon. Unfortunately, Yifei could see through this beast mark. It was impossible to stop it from absorbing the power of the stars. As such, Yifei could only cultivate while watching on tenterhooks as the power of the stars was absorbed by the ancient beast mark and entered Yifei's body. Just by absorbing a trace of the power of the stars, his body had already become incomparably heavy. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain, as if it was going to crush Yifei's body and push him to the bottom of the sea. Yifei began to hesitate. Should he think of a way to stop the beast mark from absorbing the power of the stars around him? However, there was a subconscious that kept telling Yifei that he couldn't do that. Refining his body with the stars this time might seem dangerous, but there was also a great opportunity hidden within. After all, the power of the stars wasn't something that could be found anywhere. If it weren't for the fact that the Sea of Constellations was the home of the ancient constellation sect, and that it had experienced a terrifying battle between two peerless sovereigns, there wouldn't be such a large amount of power of the stars gathered here. Yifei's breathing also became heavy. Under the influence of the astral energy, he felt drowsy. Yifei could clearly feel the process of the ancient beast mark transforming his body. This was especially true for the power of the stars. It was the essence of heaven and earth that was of a higher level than spiritual energy. After being cleansed by the starlight, the Devil Emperor's scripture actually didn't need to absorb any more spirit stones. It had already begun to circulate on its own. There was no need to deliberately activate it. The golden body of the war demon was already like a golden glow, turning Yifei's body into a golden color. Suddenly, within this golden glow, a strange pattern appeared on Yifei's body. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a mysterious scale armor. However, it didn't have the ferocious aura of a demonic beast scale armor. As these scales slowly covered Yifei, Yifei's body began to tremble. Yifei's body suddenly exuded a mysterious, noble, and inviolable aura. Yifei, who had already fallen into a deep slumber under the baptism of the starlight, did not notice this. Even Yifei did not know that after he fell asleep, not only did the Devil Emperor's sutra in his body not stop circulating, but the ancient beast mark on his shoulder had also absorbed enough power of the stars and suddenly released a shield of starlight that completely enveloped Yifei. In the ocean, Yifei was sleeping like a fetus in the starlight barrier. The place where he sat cross-legged formed a huge whirlpool of water. As time passed, the whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it formed a wave and gently pushed Yifei into the ocean. He floated like a bubble. Unfortunately, no one saw this scene. When the ancient beast Mark completely sank into the ocean with Yi Fei and absorbed the power of the stars with all its might, a dragon-headed ship made of star would rush to the nearby sea at a flying speed. What's going on? I clearly sense the aura of the blood bodhi nearby. Why can't I find that brat? The blood demon sex Dharma protector stood coldly on the dragon's head and looked around. He hoped to see a ship, even if it was a plank made of starwood. However, he was disappointed. There was nothing around. Roar! The furious blood demon sex Dharma protector couldn't help but roar furiously at the empty ocean. A deep sense of doubt flashed across his eyes. I clearly destroyed his dragon-headed ship. How could that brat escape so quickly? Could it be that he has a second ship? But if he has a ship, why would he be so easily tricked into going to the mountain village? The blood demon sex Dharma protector had searched the old woman's memories. He clearly knew that Yi Fei had been tricked into going to the mountain village by the old woman in search of starwood. Now that Yi Fei had escaped so quickly, there must be a second ship other than Yi Fei. The blood demon sex Dharma protector couldn't find a more reasonable explanation. Suddenly, a certain possibility appeared in his eyes. Damn it! Could it be that the brat didn't come to the mountain village by accident? Could it be that he came specifically for our blood demon sect and the blood bodhi? Roar! If that's the case, I'll skin him alive and personally search his soul. I'll find out who dares to go against our blood demon sect. With a final roar, the blood demon sect's Dharma protector decisively controlled the dragon-headed ship and shot towards the distant island like an arrow. Since I can't find that brat here, I'll go to the island to look for him. That person must be on the island. I'll definitely take the blood bodhi back. Whoosh! The dragon-headed ship carried the furious blood demon sex Dharma protector and rushed into the distance. Immersed in his cultivation, Yi Fei would never have imagined that his cultivation this time would actually allow him to successfully evade the pursuit of a martial king powerhouse. As for the blood demon sex Dharma protector who chased after him to the island, he would never have imagined that not only could Yi Fei move freely in the sea of constellations, he could also absorb the light of the stars and cultivate his physique. On the contrary, as the blood demon sex Dharma protectors and various other forces arrived on the island at the same time, a terrifying storm swept through the entire sea of constellations. Yi Fei was still unaware of all this. He continued to cultivate unconsciously, forgetting about time and space. Yi Fei didn't notice that not long after he entered the sea of constellations, something seemed to have been awakened somewhere in the deepest part of the sea of constellations. It suddenly caused a huge commotion throughout the entire island. Yi Fei also didn't notice that while he was cultivating, numerous gigantic starwood warships received the commotion on the island and rushed towards it at the fastest speed possible. Suddenly, a month's time passed just like that. During this time, the Sea of Constellations had become exceptionally lively. Ships of all sizes could be seen everywhere, rushing towards the island. It was obvious that the commotion on the Sea of Constellations had attracted more and more cultivators to gather there. After all, the Sea of Constellations was once the base of an ancient sect. This time, there was a sudden and inexplicable tremor on the island. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many martial artists. Not only did martial paragons rush there, even many martial kings rushed to the Sea of Constellations as quickly as they could after receiving the news. Such a grand scene lasted for several days before it finally calmed down. And under the calm sea, Yi Fei, who was in a deep slumber, vaguely felt a strong calling, instantly waking him up. Oh no, is it the Demon Emperor? Or is it the aura of the soul-devouring sword that's calling me? Yi Fei didn't know what was going on, but he had a feeling that his heart was racing. It was as if something big had happened in the Sea of Constellations. Yi Fei wouldn't care about other things, but when it concerned the Demon Emperor and the soul-devouring sword, he couldn't ignore it. Putting aside the fact that the Demon Emperor was his master, the latter part of the Demon Emperor scripture was still in his hands. Yi Fei had to use all his strength to save this cheap master of his. That cunning old fox. Yi Fei cursed with a dark expression. Then he felt that something was wrong with his body. Damn, have I really turned into a monster? Looking at his body covered in scales, Yi Fei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Fortunately, just as he was worrying, he seemed to sense Yi Fei's intentions. Whoosh! Aside from the scales on his legs, all the other scales on his body had disappeared. Yi Fei's expression became slightly better. Otherwise, if he had turned into a monster because of a beast mark, Yi Fei would definitely fight to the death with Wang by the next time he saw him. That's right, the call just now must have come from the soul-devouring sword after it woke up. No matter what happened, I have to hurry to the island. Yi Fei smashed the starlight barrier in front of him with a punch and rushed out of the sea. He suddenly felt that something was wrong with his cultivation. 5th level martial paragon. Chapter 360. Stepping onto the island, 5th layer martial honorable realm. The astral body tempering technique has such an effect. Why haven't I heard anyone from the sacred land mention it before? Yi Fei was confused. How could he know that the astral body tempering technique was an extremely profound technique, even in the ancient era? Thousands of years ago, when the ancient sects disappeared, the records of the astral body tempering technique also disappeared. Why would the Taishian sacred master record it? Only Yi Fei, who had the ancient beast mark, could absorb part of the astral body tempering technique passively. After discovering the effects of the ancient beast mark, Yi Fei had the intention to cultivate here. However, when he saw the outline of the ancient island, Yi Fei sighed. I still have to save the Demon Emperor first. As long as I save the Demon Emperor, the Heavenly Yin cult won't be able to survive for long. Yi Fei knew this clearly in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't waste any time. He even anxiously walked towards the direction of the island. Perhaps it was because of the astral body tempering technique, but when Yi Fei walked on the surface of the sea, he could clearly feel that the astral body tempering technique had disappeared. Walking on the surface of the sea, Yi Fei felt as if his entire body had merged with the astral body tempering technique. It was effortless for him to walk. In the end, he decided to run on the surface of the sea. His speed became faster and faster until it was comparable to his speed on land. As expected, after using the ancient beast mark to merge with the astral body tempering technique, the astral body tempering technique no longer repels me. Even if I can't fly, as long as I run fast enough, I can still reach the ancient island. Boom, boom, boom. After getting used to the astral body tempering technique, Yi Fei did not hesitate and ran on the surface of the sea as fast as he could. Yi Fei had no idea that his actions would have a huge impact on the cultivators passing by. Just as Yi Fei was running, there was a small astral wooden warship nearby. It carried the few of them and headed toward the ancient island. Perhaps it was because the astral body tempering technique was too boring and the astral body tempering technique was too difficult. The old man of the 10th layer martial honorable realm lay down on the rattan chair, sipping tea while closing his eyes to rest. Since it was the first time his grandchildren had gone out to sea, they were all excited as they looked around. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The Sea of Constellations was known to be a land of great danger, a place where even a strand of hair would sink to the bottom in an instant if it fell. Yet, there was actually someone running around barefoot. If this were to happen on any other river, most cultivators would be able to pull it off. However, if it were to happen on the Sea of Constellations, then it would be unimaginable. The few grandsons hurriedly tried their best to soften their eyes and widen their eyes to look over again. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Even a martial king would drown if he fell into the Sea of Constellations. How could someone be running on the surface of the water? What illusion? Open your eyes and look carefully. It's real. That person looks familiar. I know who he is. Isn't he the poor boy who came in with us when we entered the city? When the youths saw Yi Fei, they abruptly recalled the travel-worn man who had followed them into the city. At that time, Yi Fei had followed them all the way and eavesdropped on their conversation. At that time, these youths didn't say anything, but they secretly mocked Yi Fei for being a country bumpkin and being ignorant. He even had to eavesdrop on how to enter the sea of constellations. But now, when they saw the figure running on the surface of the water, as if he were flying, these youths were so frightened that cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. They quickly shook the old man awake. "Grandfather, something big has happened. We accidentally offended an incredible person. If he can run on the sea of constellations as if he's flying, what realm is he at?" "Bullshit. Even a martial king can't stand on the surface of the sea of constellations for more than a few breaths. How could someone run on the surface of the water? You must have gone mad from your cultivation." The old man was enraged. Faced with his grandson's nonsense, he immediately slapped him, wanting to wake him up. Of course, the old man's gaze still inadvertently drifted towards the surface of the water. Just this one glance was enough to scare the old man out of his wits. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. There really was someone running on the surface of the water, and he even knew that person. Back then, when Yi Fei was following them and eavesdropping on their conversation, the old man had even glared at Yi Fei in annoyance and warned him twice. Thinking about this now, the old man's legs turned to jelly. After all, even a martial king couldn't stay on the sea of constellations for more than a breath, let alone someone like Yi Fei, running on the surface of the water as if he was eating and drinking. Could it be that the person we've offended is a martial saint? I actually tried to warn him and glared at him. Oh my God, even though he was a 10th grade martial honorable, the old man could feel his heart beating wildly at this moment. Then, he remembered something. The old man immediately sternly ordered his grandchildren, "You bunch of brats. If it weren't for you, would I have offended such a senior? Hurry up and kneel before me. Immediately face the sea and kowtow to this senior and admit your wrongs." "But grandfather, that senior doesn't seem to have noticed us." One of the grandchildren was unconvinced and didn't want to kneel for no reason. The old man was so angry that he immediately gave him a tight slap. Spittle flew everywhere as he scolded. "What kind of realm is this senior at? Why would he bother with you brats? I'm telling you to kneel so you'll remember this. Don't ever underestimate anyone in the future. Even if you meet a beggar, you'll still have to treat him with respect. Do you understand?" When the grandchildren saw the old man's furious expression and saw Yi Fei's back, they were terrified and felt that the old man's words were too reasonable. "Grandfather, don't worry. We promise that we won't underestimate anyone in the future." As they spoke, they fearfully knelt down and kowtowed in the direction that Yi Fei had left. Yi Fei, who was running wildly, didn't know that his unintentional actions had actually frightened the entire family. He had even forced these arrogant youths to become humble and courteous and praised by everyone they met. If Yi Fei had known, he would have been depressed. If he had known that there would be a ship passing by, he would have eaten too much and run on the sea for fun. And this run took him a full 3 days. Finally, just when Yi Fei felt that he would be so tired that he would vomit blood if he ran for another 2 hours, he finally saw the island in the distance. There were many ships docked nearby. After thinking about it, Yi Fei felt that his current performance was a little too shocking. It wouldn't be good if he scared others. He turned a corner, found an empty cliff, and climbed up to the island. The island was bigger than Yi Fei had imagined. It was as big as 3 Taishan Holy Lands. But when he thought about how this used to be the location of an ancient sect, Yi Fei felt relieved. Strange. Why can't I feel the aura of the spirit-devouring sword when I'm on the island? Also, there seem to be more warriors on this island than I thought. There are even warriors fighting. Chapter 361. Legacy Disciple. At the edge of the cliff, Yi Fei stood high and could see far. He could feel the blood-red blade light in the distance. Yi Fei faintly felt that it was familiar. "I think I've seen it somewhere before." "That's right. This blade light looks like the 10th Prince's Blood River blade technique." Yi Fei finally remembered why the blade light looked so familiar. When he left Sword Peak, he had heard Jing Wushou mention that the 10th Prince and Shi Feng had teamed up to train. Could it be that the two of them had also come to the Sea of Constellations? Let's go over and take a look. I can also find out what's going on at Constellations Island. Yi Fei had a thought. The scales on his legs had completely disappeared. He ran towards the location of the battle. At that moment, the place was already filled with martial artists who were watching the battle. They were all martial honorables. There were also many martial ancestor realm martial artists who were under the protection of their respective elders. Ha! I was right to come to Constellations Island this time. The moment I came, I could see the legacy disciples of Tai Xian Holy Lands and Tian Yin's sect fighting each other. What fight? It's obvious that Tai Xian Holy Lands is being suppressed. Speaking of which, Tai Xian Holy Lands has been getting worse with each generation. Other than Nan Ruofeng, there is no one else among the disciples who can contend with Tian Yin's sect. The martial artists discussed among themselves as they watched the battle. After all, this was a battle between martial honorables. By watching the battle, they would be able to gain a lot from it. The 10th prince, who was in the middle of the battle, had a serious expression. He did not want to see Nan Ruofeng's expression in the Holy Lands. Not long after the Mountain River List competition ended, the 10th prince and Shifeng teamed up and came to the Sea of Constellations to train and increase their strength. Here, the two of them experienced life and death together. Not only did they gain a little, they also successfully broke through to the martial honorable realm. According to the rules of the Holy Lands, anyone who broke through to the martial honorable realm could be promoted to a legacy disciple. However, the 10th prince and Shifeng were not happy for long. The entire Constellations Island suddenly experienced an earthquake. There was also a terrifying sword light that tore through the clouds, as if it was going to break through the seals of the Sea of Constellations. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that this was clearly the sign of a supreme treasure being unearthed. Even though the sword light had only appeared for an instant, it still attracted the attention of many experts in the vicinity of the Sea of Constellations. There were even a few Martial King experts who had come. As one of the two major forces in the northern region, the Heavenly Yin cult also happened to have a group of veteran disciples training here. They had been affected by Yi Fei's killing of Nangong Long, and the Heavenly Yin cult and the Taishan Holy Land were at odds. Even though the 10th prince and Shifeng had kept a low profile and deliberately avoided the Heavenly Yin cult's people, they hadn't expected that the Heavenly Yin cult's people would actually wait for them on the shore and destroy their boat. They had even forbidden anyone from lending a boat to the 10th prince. 10th prince, you are indeed the strongest genius of the Taiwu country. You are able to withstand my attacks for a day and a night as a rank 1 martial honorable. However, how long can you last? If you don't want to die, give up and surrender now. The one fighting with the 10th prince was a true disciple of the Heavenly Yin sect. He was only a first-layer martial saint. With that kind of strength, he shouldn't be able to suppress the 10th prince and Shifeng. After all, the two of them were very powerful geniuses of the sacred land. Helplessly, the Heavenly Yin religion was too despicable. There were a total of 5 core disciples that had come this time. The one leading them was the famous core disciple of the Heavenly Yin religion, Zhan Bo, who was a rank 7 martial honorable. Under Zhan Bo's instructions, the 4 first-layer martial saints who came with him to train immediately started to shamelessly tire out the 10th prince and Shifeng. Fighting 2 against 4, and with the powerful Zhan Bo threatening their lives at any time, the 10th prince and Shifeng didn't dare to go all out. After fighting for a day, Shifeng was successfully worn out by the tire-out. He was half squatting on the ground, panting like a cow. He was so tired that he couldn't even speak. Even though the 10th prince could still fight, he had almost reached his limit. Noticing this situation, the 10th prince immediately released his most powerful saber, intent to block his opponent. He then yelled at Shifeng, "Shifeng, run!" He was the prince of the Taiwu country. Even if he was defeated, the Heavenly Yin sect wouldn't go too far with him. However, Shifeng was different. Once he fell into the hands of the Heavenly Yin sect, he would definitely be tortured. Run! Where can you run to? 10th prince, don't think that your identity as the prince of the Taiwu country can protect you. You can only kneel down and surrender now. The true disciples of the heavenly Een sect laughed proudly. Jean Beau also revealed a disdainful smile and ordered in a deep voice, "Don't drag it out for too long. Don't delay our treasure hunt." "Yes, senior brother Jean." 10th Prince, Sure Feng, will give you one last chance. If you're willing to betray the Taishan Holy Land and join the Heavenly Een sect, we can consider letting you go. The four true disciples of the Heavenly Een sect took a step forward at the same time. The 10th Prince returned to Sure Feng's side and helped him stand up. He cursed, "You want me to betray the Taishan Holy Land? It's impossible. Kill me if you have the guts." "Bah, 10th Prince, don't waste your breath on them. Yi Fei killed Nangong Long. Can't we kill an ordinary true disciple of the Heavenly Een sect if we join forces? Kill." The moment Sure Feng was helped up, he suddenly burst out with his last bit of strength and charged at the Heavenly Een sect's disciples. The 10th Prince suddenly understood. "Sure Feng, you're going to risk your life." The 10th Prince sighed. "If you're afraid, you can run now. I'll buy you time." Sure Feng's face was covered in blood as he turned his head and spoke to the 10th Prince. He really did have such a plan. When the 10th Prince heard this, he said angrily, "Sure Feng, what kind of person do you take me for? We agreed that we are brothers. If we live or die, we die together. Do you think I'm someone who is afraid of death?" Rumble. Just as Sure Feng charged over, prepared to die, the 10th Prince roared and released the last of his quintessence as he swung the crimson saber in his hand. Seeing that the 10th Prince and Sure Feng were going to risk their lives, the four true disciples, who had been pleased with themselves earlier, revealed terrified expressions. "Senior brother Jean Beau, save us." These four true disciples actually retreated in fright. However, they could not be blamed. They might have been suppressing the 10th Prince and Sure Feng all this time. However, even after fighting 4 against 2 for a day and a night, they were still unable to tire out the 10th Prince and Sure Feng. This in itself showed how strong the two were. If the 10th Prince and Sure Feng really wanted to risk their lives, it was very likely that they would drag 2 of the Heavenly Een sect's true disciples down with them. If these Heavenly Een sect's true disciples did not want to die, they could only retreat and hide for now. Then, they hurriedly sought help from the strongest, Jean Beau, a bunch of trash. "For against 2, and you're still afraid?" Jean Beau had a displeased expression. Unfortunately, these 4 were his senior brothers and junior brothers. If they really dragged 2 of them down with them, it would not look good on Jean Beau. Chapter 362. Saving Someone's Sky Demon Fist. Jean Beau shouted coldly as he used the Sky Demon Fist, the Sky Demon Fist. At the same time, he punched the 10th Prince's Blade Radiance and Sure Feng's True Metastone Lock. The 10th Prince and Sure Feng could not withstand the power of a sacred class martial art. The 10th Prince's Blade Radiance was smashed into pieces by the Sky Demon Fist. Even the Blood River Blade, a low-grade treasure weapon, had a deep crack on it. Sure Feng was in an even worse state. Ever since the special stone lock had been broken by Yi Fei, Sure Feng had not been able to find a better replacement. Jean Beau's Sky Demon Kill had almost pierced through Sure Feng's chest, causing him to suffer a serious injury. The Heavenly Een cult's legacy martial technique, Heavenly Demon Kill? Jean Beau, you're too despicable. If you have the guts, kill us now. The 10th Prince and Sure Feng vomited blood as they fell to the ground. Many of the martial honorables present looked at Jean Beau in awe. With the strength of a level 7 martial honorable and the power of sacred class martial art, Jean Beau had become the focus of attention. Jean Beau's face was cold as he looked at the 10th Prince with disdain and said, "Humph, I'm not despicable, but you are trash. You said that the great mystery sacred lands are trash. You Mountain River List experts are all trash. Speak and I will let you go." Boom. Jean Beau's words caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Although many knew that the great mystery sacred lands and the Sky Demon sect were on bad terms, they could not help but worry. It seems that the 2 superpowers of the North region will have a battle sooner or later. Many people could not help but sigh in their hearts. However, no one dared to stand out and speak up for the 10th prince, even though many of them were experts from sects who had good relations with the great mystery sacred lands. It was not that they did not want to help, but Jean Beau was too strong. Other than the experts who had already rushed into the depths of the Constellation Island to search for treasures, a level 7 martial honorable was the strongest fighting force on the outskirts of the island. Of course, the 10th prince understood this. He also knew what would happen to them if they didn't follow Jean Beau's instructions. He couldn't help but cast an apologetic look at Sherfone. Sherfone, I've implicated you this time. 10th prince, don't say that. Since I dare to come to the Sea of Constellations to train, I, Sherfone, have already prepared myself for death. Jean Beau, do it. If I, Sherfone, move my eyebrows, I'm not AF Astra's king man. Sherfone scolded coldly. The 10th prince didn't say anything. Clearly, even if they died, they would not submit to Jean Beau, much less say words that would insult the Holy Land. Jean Beau did not force them when he saw this. Instead, he revealed a cruel smile. That's even better. I now have more reasons to torture you. I will definitely make you admit that Taishian Sacred Lands is a trash sacred land. You Mountain River list experts, in my eyes, are even worse than ants. Jean Beau walked towards Sherfone and the 10th prince coldly, preparing to torture them. The 10th prince and Sherfone raised their heads at the same time, glaring angrily at Jean Beau. In their eyes, there was not a trace of fear, which immediately angered Jean Beau. 10th prince and Sherfone, these two are not bad. They are men. Yifei stood in the distance and saw this scene. He secretly nodded his head, then quickly rushed out of the crowd. 10th prince, Sherfone, the battle is not over yet. Why are you giving up? Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, Yifei had already helped the 10th prince and Sherfone up. This greatly surprised the 10th prince and Sherfone. Yifei, you actually came to the Sea of Constellations as well. Sherfone was shocked. Not good. Quickly leave. Jean Beau is a 7th level martial honorable expert. You are not his opponent. After the 10th prince recovered from his shock, he became anxious again. After all, the matter of Yi Fei killing Nangong Long was too big. Now that there were so many true disciples of the Heavenly Yin cult present, Yi Fei still dared to appear in public. What was the difference between this and seeking death? Feeling the 10th prince's sincerity, Yi Fei was also secretly moved. Although he did not have much of a friendship with the 10th prince and Sherfone, Yi Fei decided to save them just because they were willing to treat each other with sincerity. 10th prince, Sherfone, take these 2 mid-grade spirit stones. They should be able to recover the true essence you used. Yi Fei casually took out 2 mid-grade spirit stones, immediately scaring the 10th prince and Sherfone. For a moment, they forgot to continue persuading Yi Fei to escape. Yi Fei, you are the Yi Fei who killed Nangong Long and is being chased by our Heavenly Yin cult? Jean Beau's expression was extremely ugly. Originally, Jean Beau was very unhappy that someone dared to interfere with his matters. What shocked Jean Beau even more was that this person was someone his Heavenly Yin cult had to kill. After recovering from their shock, the 4 Heavenly Yin cult disciples behind Jean Beau all revealed hungry gazes. They all gathered around Jean Beau and whispered, "Senior Brother Jean, great news. This Yi Fei was personally ordered by the cult master to be killed at all costs. If Senior Brother can kill him, there will be a great merit and you will immediately be valued by the cult master." Cult master will value me? If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten. Although I don't like Nangong Long's arrogance, he is still the cult master's son. If I can take revenge for Nangong Long, then the cult master will definitely value me greatly. A cold light flashed in Jean Beau's eyes, and he immediately gave up on torturing the 10th prince and Sherfone. A terrifying killing intent enveloped Yi Fei. Jean Beau said indifferently, "So you are Yi Fei? You are quite bold. Now, do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to personally send you to the afterlife?" Seeing the 10th prince and Sherfone beaten up so badly, Yi Fei was furious. He also turned his head and pointed at Janbo without showing any weakness. He then pointed at the ground and said, "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to the 10th prince and Feng and admit your wrongs. I can consider leaving your corpse intact." Boom! Yi Fei's words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Ha ha! This brat must be joking. He is just an abandoned disciple of a sacred land, and he dares to make Janbo, the 7th martial saint, kneel. He is quite bold, but unfortunately, his brain is not good. Since he has offended Janbo like this, let's see how he dies. Hearing this, Janbo's indifferent face revealed a trace of anger. Sensing their senior brother Jean's anger, the 4 core disciples beside him suddenly charged at Yi Fei without any instructions. "You're courting death. You dare to be so arrogant in front of senior brother Jean? Let's see if we don't skin you alive." Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 4 core disciples of the Heavenly Een cult unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. They were about to work together to kill Yi Fei. Janbo looked at all of this coldly. He did not even have the intention to make a move. In his opinion, 4 martial saints were enough to kill Yi Fei. It was you guys who took turns fighting the 10th prince and Feng, right? Yi Fei did not look at Janbo. He only coldly stared at the 4 core disciples of the Heavenly Een cult. "Fuck, it was us. What can you do about it?" One of the core disciples cursed impatiently. A cold light was already stabbing towards Yi Fei's throat. Yi Fei did not even look at it. He only coldly clenched his fist and said, "Nothing much. It's just that I really want you to die right now." Boom. Chapter 363. Against the sky-shaking demon Kill, there was no suspense in this battle. There were just 4 first-level martial honorable realm direct disciples. In Yi Fei's eyes, they were nothing. In the blink of an eye, the sky-shaking demon Kill had turned everyone in front of him into minced meat. The ground was covered in blood and flesh. Some of it even splattered on the faces of the spectators, causing them to cry out in shock. It can't be. This Yi Fei is so powerful. He killed 4 direct disciples of the Sky Een sect with a single punch. TSK, to be able to kill Nangong Long. This Yi Fei is definitely a monster. Is the Taishan sacred land stupid? Why would they give up on such a genius? Yi Fei's strength deeply shocked the spectators. The 10th prince and Feng also opened their mouths in shock, unable to close them for a long time. The 10th prince had a strange expression on his face as he asked himself, "Is he really Yi Fei? Is he really not some old monster in disguise?" "No, he is indeed Yi Fei. We did not see wrongly." Feng smiled bitterly, his face filled with depression. He and the 10th prince had worked hard and risked their lives in the sea of constellations to break through to the first-level martial honorable realm. They had thought that this would be enough to catch up to Yi Fei. Now, it seemed that they would not be able to catch up to him. It would be good enough if they did not fall too far behind. Of course, the most shocked person was Janbo. He had seen his 4 junior brothers killed by Yi Fei with a single punch. Janbo could not believe that this was real, especially since he was very familiar with the fist technique that Yi Fei had used. That is the direct martial art of the Sky Een sect, the sky-shaking demon Kill. Yi Fei, how did you learn this martial art? Immediately tell me the whole story. Boom! Uncontrollably, a terrifying killing intent appeared on Janbo's body. Direct martial arts were top secret in any sect, other than the core disciples. Outsiders were forbidden from secretly learning them. If they were discovered, they would have to chase the other party to the ends of the earth until they took back the martial art. When he discovered that Yi Fei had mastered the sky-shaking demon Kill, Janbo was of course shocked. His words also shocked a large group of people. The true martial technique of the Heavenly Een sect had actually been grasped by an outsider. How was that possible? However, the fist technique that Yi Fei had just used had clearly told everyone that Yi Fei had indeed grasped the Heavenly Demon Kill. Tell you the whole story? Why? How dare a piece of trash like you question me? Let me tell you, I'm not in a good mood right now. Trash like you better kneel down and apologize to the 10th prince, Feng, and the Taishian Holy Land. Yi Zhanbo's voice. He had heard everything just now. Zhanbo had insulted the 10th Prince, Shifeng, and the Taishian Holy Land. Although he had already been removed from the Holy Land, that was just Nan Ruofeng's idea. The Sword Peak had always supported him. Yi Fei naturally wouldn't tolerate Zhanbo's insults to the 10th Prince, to Shifeng, and to the Holy Land. Ha ha! Kneel down and apologize? How dare you call me a level 7 martial honorable trash? Zhanbo laughed loudly. However, his laughter was filled with gloomy and suppressed anger. Many cultivators who heard it felt a chill run down their spines. In my eyes, people who don't know how to respect others are trash, no matter how high their cultivation is. No, calling you trash is already praising you. People like you are worse than trash, Yi Fei said coldly. Many cultivators were frightened by his words. They broke out in cold sweat. Had they heard wrongly? Yi Fei had actually dared to humiliate Zhanbo like that. Zhanbo was a level 7 martial honorable. Many people subconsciously looked at Zhanbo. They saw that Zhanbo's face had turned ashen and his eyes were spitting fire because of Yi Fei's words. Shut up, Yi Fei, you evil creature. Do you think that you could be arrogant after killing Nangong Long? Now, I will let you know that angering me will be the biggest mistake of your life. Seeing that Yi Fei was unwilling to confess, Zhanbo, who had been unable to restrain his anger, suddenly attacked. He rushed forward like lightning, and the terrifying sky demon kill shattered the space. The aura of a level 7 martial honorable shook the surrounding cultivators, causing them to retreat with pale faces. You call this the sky demon kill? Your cultivation is not bad. Unfortunately, your comprehension of the martial way is too trash. I will let you see what the true sky demon kill is. Kill. Sky demon kill. Gathering all the Jun Yuan in his body, Yi Fei quickly attacked. It was also a powerful sky demon kill. However, compared to Zhanbo's entry-level comprehension of the sky demon kill, Yi Fei's small perfection sky demon kill was much more powerful. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two sky demon kills, both filled with killing intent, collided. Yi Fei's sky demon kill shattered Zhanbo's sky demon kill with a single punch, and its momentum didn't stop there. It smashed into Zhanbo, causing him to spit out blood and retreat a dozen or so steps. What? Yi Fei actually used the sky demon kill to force the Sky In religion's true disciple to retreat? What's wrong with Zhanbo? Level 7 martial honorable. The one who was injured was him? That's not right. Look at Yi Fei's cultivation. Level 5 martial honorable. Oh my god. Level 5 martial honorable. It can't be? Boom. All of the cultivators opened their eyes wide in disbelief. The 10th Prince and Shifeng's mouths that had just closed open again. Did they see wrongly? Yi Fei's cultivation was actually level 5 martial honorable. One must know that when they were on the Mountain River list, Yi Fei was only level 10 martial honorable. He was not even a half-step martial honorable. How many months had it been? Yi Fei had actually broken through to level 5 martial honorable. Even if one ate elixirs like rice, it would not be so fast. Level 5 martial honorable. How is that possible? You are just an abandoned disciple of the great mystery, Sacred Lands. How could you break through so quickly? It's fake, damn it, it must be fake. Zhanbo was so angry that his eyes turned red. He could not accept this fact. He also could not believe that an abandoned disciple of the Sacred Lands could cultivate faster than an experienced true disciple like him. Suddenly, a feeling of fear and jealousy appeared in his heart. After stabilizing his body, the first thing Zhanbo did was to use his strongest strength and throw a punch at Yi Fei. However, this time, he did not dare to use the Sky Demon kill that he had just learned. Instead, he used another martial art. Poison dragons emerged from the sea. Roar, roar. The roar of a dragon shook the sky. Suddenly, 2 green poison dragons appeared on Zhanbo's arms. They opened their mouths and spat out poison. Just the smell of the poison was enough to make any cultivator below the martial honorable realm feel dizzy. Yi Fei was also slightly surprised. He knew that Zhang Bo was an experienced true disciple of the Dark Sky sect, and he had some skills. However, Yi Fei did not retreat. The level 3 War Demon Golden Body not only had a stronger defense, it also had the ability to be immune to poison. Rumble. Like an ancient war demon, Yi Fei took a step forward. The Slaughter Fist intent and the Sky Demon Kill were combined at the same time. In an instant, the power of the holy level martial skill was raised to a terrifying level. He fought with Zhang Bo. How is that possible? What kind of golden body is that? It can actually block my poison skill. Damn it, you have actually cultivated the Sky Demon Kill to the small completion stage and comprehended fist intent. Chapter 364. Famous in a single battle, the strength Yi Fei had displayed was simply too strong. The third layer of the Battle Demon Golden Body was enough to block Zhang Bo's most powerful poison technique. As for the minor success Sky Demon Kill, it was enough to deal great damage to Zhang Bo. Hence, Zhang Bo had no choice but to escape in order to preserve his reputation. Poison Demon Evasion Technique. Yi Fei, just you wait. Even if I can't deal with you, the elders of our heavenly Een cult will kill you sooner or later. Whoosh! His entire being turned into a ball of poisonous green light. Zhang Bo charged towards the sea in the distance. He didn't even care about searching for treasures. Right now, he only wanted to escape from Constellation Island. However, even as he was escaping, Zhang Bo was extremely vicious. He cultivated in the art of poison, and even the light he used to escape was poisonous. A few cultivators in the distance weren't paying attention and were swept by the poisonous light. Their skin was already festering, and they let out miserable cries. Yi Fei also sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this. The Heavenly Een cult's cultivation technique is indeed extremely vicious. Since that's the case, then I can't let you go. If you don't want to apologize, then leave your life behind. Boom, boom. Before the fist intent dissipated, a shocking sword intent had already emerged from Yi Fei's body. He quickly formed a sword finger and pointed it at the escaping Zhang Bo sword heart illumination, heaven-burying sword. The nearby heaven and earth were inexplicably affected by a terrifying sword pressure. The pressure was so great that creaking sounds could be heard. What's going on? The nearby heaven and earth is actually repelling me. I can't move. No, don't kill me. Yi Fei, you can't kill me. Zhang Bo roared in horror. Under the pressure of heaven and earth, even his poison technique couldn't help but stagnate. Zhang Bo was completely terrified. Just as he wanted to struggle, a demonic fist had already shattered the space. At the same time, Zhang Bo's body was also shattered. Whoosh! Yi Fei quickly rushed over and found Zhang Bo's spatial bag on his shattered corpse. Without even looking at it, he threw it into his spatial ring. The entire island fell into a deathly silence. Everyone widened their eyes in horror as they looked at Yi Fei and then at Zhang Bo's shattered body. The terrifying fist intent and sword intent. Yi Fei actually possessed dual martial wills. Such a genius would be a genius among geniuses in any sect. How could the Taishan Holy Land give up on such a genius so easily? It seems that the Taishan Holy Land has really declined. Instead of protecting such a genius, they actually expelled him. That's right. As long as Yi Fei doesn't die, he will definitely become a demon-like talent in the future. He might even have a place on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list in the near future. Many warriors were discussing. Their gazes towards Yi Fei had already turned to one of reverence. This was the law of the martial world. The fall of a powerhouse meant the birth of an even more powerful powerhouse. At this moment, in the eyes of these cultivators, Yi Fei was fully deserving of the title of a true powerhouse that they had to revere. After killing Zhang Bo, Yi Fei walked back to the Tent Prince and Shifeng and said apologetically, "Tent Prince Shifeng, I'm sorry. I was a little impulsive just now. I could have asked him to apologize to you guys." When the 10th prince heard this, he sighed gloomily and said, Yi Fei, you were just a little impulsive, and you were already so powerful. How are we supposed to live? However, we still have to thank you for helping us vent our anger. Shifeng was also very grateful to Yi Fei. If Yi Fei hadn't come this time, even if they hadn't died, they would have been severely humiliated by the Dark Sky sect. Yi Fei looked around and said, This isn't a good place to talk. Let's find a quiet place and catch up. All right. The 10th prince and Shifeng relied on the medial Great Spirit stones that Yi Fei gave them to recover a portion of their quintessence and become spirited again. The three of them quickly arrived at the cliff where Yi Fei had come from. Now that there were no outsiders, the 10th prince and Shifeng impatiently asked, Yi Fei, how did you cultivate so quickly? What secret technique do you have? Can you share with us? Do you guys really want to know? Yi Fei had a strange expression. Of course. The 10th prince and Shifeng looked at Yi Fei with longing. In their opinion, Yi Fei must have obtained some powerful cultivation secret from the sword peak for him to be able to break through so quickly. Yi Fei fell helpless and could only give a vague account of how the Dark Sky sect had chased him all the way here. However, he didn't tell them about the Blood Demon sect and the ancient era's beast seals. Even so, the 10th prince and Shifeng still felt a chill run down their spines when they heard about the dangers Yi Fei had gone through and how he had killed many of the Heavenly Een Society's emissaries. Freak, you're too freakish. The 10th prince, have never been convinced by anyone. However, just based on the fact that Yi Fei managed to kill so many of the Dark Sky sect's envoys, I'm convinced of your strength, the 10th prince said in shock. Sigh. Everyone from the Sword Peak is indeed a freak. We originally wanted to catch up to you, but now it seems that compared to a freak like you, we're just looking for trouble. Shifeng had a gloomy look on his face, as if he had just suffered a huge blow. Ugh, freak. I seem to be quite normal. Are you guys praising me or scolding me? Yi Fei was even more depressed. After all, he was always called a freak, and he felt a little helpless. After that, Yi Fei thought about the mysterious scales that had mysteriously appeared on his body. Only then did Yi Fei realize that he was indeed a little freakish right now. After briefly recounting his experience, Yi Fei hurriedly asked the question he was most concerned about. 10th Prince, Shifeng, after you left the Sword Peak, did you directly come to the Sea of Constellations to train? Then do you know if anything special has happened in the Sea of Constellations recently? Something special, Yi Fei. You're talking about that terrifying sword gleam that mysteriously appeared in the Sea of Constellations a month ago, right? That sword gleam was indeed frightening. Some martial kings speculated that the sword gleam might be the awakening of the weapon left behind by the sovereigns who had once fought here. When the 10th Prince and Shifeng talked about this matter, their faces faintly revealed a horrified expression. They hurriedly told Yi Fei about the terrifying scene they had witnessed a month ago. As it turned out, there weren't that many martial artists on the Constellation Island back then. Even if the Sea of Constellations was once the base of an ancient sect, it had still been thousands of years since then. A large amount of treasures had long been discovered by the predecessors. Now, the chances of finding any treasures on the island were very slim. Most of the martial artists who came to the Constellation Island hoped to borrow the power of the stars on the island to temper themselves and cultivate painstakingly. The 10th Prince and Shifeng were one such example. However, a month ago, when the two of them were cultivating painstakingly, for some reason, the entire Constellation Island suddenly shook violently. Somewhere in the deepest part of the island, a terrifying sword gleam was released, as if it wanted to devour the heavens and the earth. However, after that, countless chains mysteriously appeared in the sky above the Constellation Island and bound the sword gleam, causing it to quickly disappear. However, after this incident, the news of a rare treasure appearing in the Sea of Constellations still spread. Not only did a large number of Martial Paragon experts hear the news and rush over, even more than 10 Martial King experts were said to have come. After that, the Constellation Island became what it was now. Experts gathered as one, and there were endless disputes. After listening to the 10th Prince and Shi Feng's narration, Yi Fei's expression turned grave. He started to worry inwardly. That sword gleam must have been released by the demon sovereign's spirit, devouring sword to summon me. I didn't expect that even a martial king expert would be alerted. Chapter 365. Brothers united on the cliff. After catching up with the 10th Prince and Shi Feng, Yi Fei gritted his teeth. In the end, he still decided to head deeper into the sea of constellations. Yi Fei wasn't someone who would go back on his word easily. Since he promised the Demon Emperor that he would come to the Sea of Constellations and find the real soul-devouring sword, he definitely couldn't go back on his word. Not to mention, the Demon Emperor was the key to destroying the Heavenly Een cult. As long as he understood this, Yi Fei definitely couldn't back down halfway. 10th Prince, since you were able to discover the sword light, you should know where it is, right? Yi Fei asked the 10th Prince. Yi Fei did not know why, but ever since he felt the call of the devouring soul sword, he could no longer feel the sword's aura. Yi Fei also came up with two possibilities. The first was that after the soul-devouring sword sent out the call, its energy might have been exhausted, and it was being suppressed by the Sea of Constellations restrictions. The second possibility was that some expert had already discovered the whereabouts of the soul-devouring sword. In order to protect itself, the Demon Emperor's primordial spirit no longer dared to send out any more messages. If it was the former, then it would be fine. If it was the latter, then the problem would be very serious. However, seeing the sudden increase in popularity in the Sea of Constellations and the participation of a martial king expert, Yi Fei felt that the latter was more likely. Yi Fei began to feel anxious. The 10th Prince and Shi Feng immediately understood what Yi Fei meant. They were both shocked. Yi Fei, could it be that you're also here for the Emperor's sword? The 10th Prince felt that Yi Fei was simply too crazy. Yi Fei, you better give up on that idea. Unless you're a martial king expert, you're not qualified to fight for that kind of treasure. The two of us have personally witnessed a 10th layer martial saint expert being instantly killed because he angered a martial king. A hint of fear flashed through Shi Feng's eyes. He had really seen that scene and felt how insignificant he was. That was why he and the 10th Prince had hurriedly retreated, wanting to leave the Constellation Island. Who would have thought that they would run into Zhang Bo and the other true disciples of the Heavenly Een cult along the way? Both sides immediately began fighting. Don't worry, I don't have the guts to compete with the martial king for the treasure. I'm just curious about what the Emperor's sword will look like. Even if we can't snatch it, can't we just look at it from afar? Aren't you guys curious? Yi Fei said, half-jokingly. He really couldn't tell them that he was here for the spirit-devouring sword. The 10th Prince and Shi Feng were indeed curious. With Yi Fei's current strength, he could barely be considered a first-class expert below the martial king realm. The two reluctantly nodded and said, "We can take you there, but let's talk first. We can only stay on the periphery and see if we can find any treasures. Yi Fei, you must not rush in too deep." "Don't worry, I'm not an impulsive person," Yi Fei said. The 10th Prince and Shi Feng looked at this fellow before them with incomparable disdain. More importantly, you are not human when you act impulsively. As they spoke, the two could not help but recall how Yi Fei had challenged the first-layer martial king Nan Ruofeng in the Holy Land with his 10th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivation. They also recalled how Yi Fei had ignored the Holy Land's ban and charged into the Imperial City alone to save Zhao Yu. Earlier, the two had also heard how Yi Fei had killed over 100 White Bone envoys and 4 Golden Bone envoys along the way, while the 10th Prince and Shi Feng cursed in their hearts. They looked at Yi Fei with strange expressions and said, "Why do we feel that every time we meet you, something especially dangerous will happen? Ha, is that so? Why didn't I notice? There's no time to lose. Let's hurry." Yi Fei smiled embarrassedly. He immediately decided that even if he was beaten to death, he would not tell them the truth. The 10th Prince and Shi Feng were finally relieved. They then led Yi Fei away from the cliff and towards the deepest part of the island. Along the way, Yifei constantly sensed the auras of powerful demonic beasts spying on them. Be careful. These are all martial honorable realm demonic beasts. In their eyes, martial honorable realm experts like us are human medicinal pills. If we aren't careful, we might be ambushed. Before they even reached the deepest part of the island, they were already being spied on by martial honorable realm demonic beasts. The 10th Prince and Shi Feng's expressions were very ugly. This was also the reason why they were unwilling to lead them deeper. The Sea of Constellations was not called the Great Calamity for nothing. You guys just have to lead the way. If we encounter a demonic beast ambush us, just leave it to me, Yifei said confidently. He instantly released the aura of a level 5 martial honorable realm expert in an attempt to intimidate these demonic beasts. Who knew that once the demonic beasts sensed Yifei's aura, not only were they intimidated, they even ran away in fright. Strange, why did these demonic beasts run away in fear? The 10th Prince and Shi Feng had already prepared themselves for battle. In the end, the demonic beasts that were spying on them had all run away. This made them feel very strange. Normally, these demonic beasts would even dare to spy on Martial King experts when they passed by. Cough, cough. They must have felt that we outnumbered them, so it wasn't easy for them to attack. Yifei was a little embarrassed. He subconsciously thought of the ancient beast mark on his shoulder. It was very likely that the surrounding demonic beasts were all scared away by the ancient beast mark. This made Yifei even more curious. What exactly was this ancient beast mark that Wang Bai had given him? That's right. 10th Prince, I heard that the changes in the Constellation Island this time not only alarmed many Martial King experts, but even Luo Xianzi seems to have come to the island. If we go over, we might be able to meet her. If they wanted to reach the depths of the Sea of Constellations, it would be very time-consuming if they couldn't fly. As if he had thought of something, the normally reserved Shi Feng actually started chatting with the 10th Prince with a radiant smile. Regarding this topic, the 10th Prince's reaction was very strange. He actually replied to Shi Feng with a radiant smile. Of course. To tell you the truth, Luo Xianzi has always been my type. It's a pity that my strength is too low. I don't even have the courage to pursue Luo Xianzi. What? 10th Prince, you also have a crush on Luo Xianzi. Shi Feng's expression suddenly turned ugly. That's right. What's wrong with this prince liking Luo Xianzi? Could it be that Shi Feng, you also... The 10th Prince also thought of something, and his expression turned even uglier. Wait a minute. Is the Luo Xianzi you're talking about the first miss of the Merchant Union, Shangluo? A drop of cold sweat suddenly rolled down Yifei's forehead. The 10th Prince and Shi Feng both looked at Yifei in shock. It can't be. Could it be that Yifei also likes Luo Xianzi? Then what should they do with Princess Xiaoyu? Of course, the 10th Prince and Shi Feng resisted the urge to say this. After finding out that Shangluo was indeed here, Yifei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was truly a small world. That little girl from Shangluo had actually come to the Sea of Constellations as well. She couldn't have specially come here to kill me, could she? Yifei subconsciously recalled that he still had Shangluo's various undergarments in his spatial ring. His old face couldn't help but darken on the spot. Seeing Yifei's silence, the 10th Prince and Shi Feng assumed that Yifei had tacitly agreed. Their expressions darkened even further. However, Yifei had helped them before. Even if they wanted to compete with Yifei, they couldn't possibly compete with him. After recovering from his dejection, the 10th Prince quickly pulled himself together. He patted Yifei on the shoulder and said, Yifei, we understand even if you don't say it. A fair and graceful woman is a good match for a gentleman. If worst comes to worst, the three of us can compete fairly. Shi Feng also came to a realization. He patted Yifei on the shoulder and encouraged him. That's right. Let's work together as brothers. Let's try our best to let Luo Xianzi choose a suitable husband from the three of us. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.